Hey everyone, welcome back to Fanfic Heaven. Today we're diving into an amazing story called, What If the Goblins Discovered Harry Was Abused and Made Him the First Wizard-Goblin King in History? If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1. The Heir of Two Worlds. The small bell above Gringotts' massive bronze doors chimed softly as Hagrid ushered Harry Potter into the Wizarding Bank. Marble floors gleamed beneath their feet, so polished Harry could almost see his reflection, a scrawny boy with taped glasses, swimming in clothes several sizes too large. He fought the urge to hunch his shoulders, to make himself smaller as Uncle Vernon had always demanded whenever they were in public. Yet be mad ter try and rob it, Hagrid muttered, drawing Harry's attention to the uniformed goblin guard standing at attention. Harry stared, unable to help himself. He'd never seen anything like them, short, fierce-looking creatures with pointed ears and clever eyes. One guard's gaze locked with Harry's, and the goblin's expression shifted almost imperceptibly. If Harry hadn't spent years reading the micro-expressions of his relatives to anticipate their moods, he might have missed it, a flash of surprise, followed by something calculating. They approached a counter where a goblin with half-moon spectacles was weighing rubies. Hagrid cleared his throat importantly. "Morning," said Hagrid. "We've come to take some money out of Mr. Harry Potter's vault." "You have his key, sir." The goblin barely looked up. "Got it here somewhere," said Hagrid, emptying his pockets onto the counter. As Hagrid searched, the goblin's eyes flicked toward Harry, narrowing slightly. His long fingers stilled on the scale. "And Mr. Potter has his identification?" the goblin asked suddenly. Hagrid looked confused. "Blimey, he's Harry Potter. Everyone knows, standard procedure for heirs accessing family vaults for the first time," the goblin cut in smoothly. "Blood verification required." Harry tensed. "Blood?" "Just a drop," the goblin assured, though something in his tone had shifted. "Follow me, please." "Hang on," Hagrid protested. "Dumbledore didn't mention, Gringotts' policy predates any current Hogwarts administration, Mr. Hagrid." The goblin's tone left no room for argument. "You may wait here. This won't take long." Before Harry could process what was happening, a younger goblin appeared at his side, gesturing toward a corridor behind the counters. Harry glanced back at Hagrid, who looked uncertain but nodded encouragingly. "It's all right, Harry. Goblins handle all the gold in the wizarding world. They know what they're doing. The younger goblin led Harry through a maze of hallways, moving deeper into the bank. Unlike the grand marble entrance, these corridors were carved directly from bedrock, illuminated by floating crystals that cast a warm amber glow. "In here, Mr. Potter." The goblin opened an intricately carved door. The room beyond was small but comfortable, with a polished stone desk and two chairs. Behind the desk sat an older goblin with a silver beard and sharp eyes that seemed to pierce right through Harry. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said, rising slightly. "I am Ragnok, chief manager of Gringotts London. Please, sit." Harry perched nervously on the edge of the chair. "Am I in trouble, sir?" A flicker of something, surprise, perhaps, crossed Ragnok's face. "No, Mr. Potter. Quite the contrary. We've been waiting for your return to the wizarding world for some time." "My return?" "Indeed." Ragnok opened a drawer and removed a small stone bowl and a thin silver knife. "First, we must confirm your identity. A mere formality. One drop of blood on the verification stone." Harry hesitated, then extended his hand. Ragnok made a small nick on his finger with surprising gentleness. A single drop of blood fell onto the stone, which immediately began to glow red, then gold, before symbols emerged across its surface. Ragnok's eyes widened slightly. "As expected. You are indeed Harry James Potter, heir to the ancient and noble house of Potter." He paused, studying the stone more closely. But there is more here than anticipated. The goblin's demeanor shifted, his voice dropping. Mr. Potter, would you mind removing your outer robe for a moment? Harry froze, instinctively pulling the too large clothes tighter around himself. Why? The verification stone detects more than identity, Ragnok explained carefully. It can reveal certain, physical conditions. I'm fine, Harry said quickly, the automatic response he'd given school nurses and concerned teachers for years. Ragnok's gaze softened almost imperceptibly. Mr. Potter, Gringotts offers absolute confidentiality to its clients. Whatever is revealed within these walls remains between us. Something in the goblin's tone, not pity, but a certain gravity, made Harry slowly roll up his sleeve, revealing a fading yellowish bruise where Uncle Vernon had grabbed him after the python incident at the zoo. Ragnok's face remained impassive, but his knuckles whitened slightly where they gripped his desk. I see. And how did you acquire this injury? Harry looked down. I fell. And the others? Harry's head snapped up. What others? The verification stone doesn't lie, Mr. Potter. Ragnok's voice was gentle but firm. It detects past and present injuries. You carry many. The silence stretched between them, broken only by the distant sounds of the bank beyond the door. They don't like magic, Harry finally whispered. My aunt and uncle. They said they could stamp it out of me. Ragnok's expression darkened. I see. And Albus Dumbledore placed you with these people? Harry blinked in surprise. I don't know. I've lived with them as long as I can remember. Ragnok pulled a thick ledger toward him and began flipping through pages. The Potter will was sealed after your parents' deaths, but as their account manager, I was privy to certain provisions. His long finger traced down a page. Yes, here it is. In the event of their deaths, guardianship was to pass to Sirius Black, your godfather. If he was unable, you were to go to the Longbottoms, then to Minerva McGonagall. Your maternal relatives were explicitly excluded. Harry felt as though the floor had dropped from beneath him. My parents didn't want me to live with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon? It appears not. Ragnok closed the ledger with a snap. Mr. Potter, are you aware of the Treaty of Silver Hammer, signed in 1612? Harry shook his head, bewildered by the sudden change of subject. It governs relations between goblins and wizards. Among its many provisions is one rarely invoked, the right of goblin intervention on behalf of magical children subjected to abuse. Ragnok leaned forward. The treaty recognized that magical children are too valuable to all magical races to allow their mistreatment. I don't understand. It means, Mr. Potter, that Gringotts has the legal authority to remove you from your current guardians and place you under goblin protection. Ragnok's eyes gleamed. If you wish it. Harry stared, certain he had misheard. You want me to live with goblins? We would ensure your continued education at Hogwarts, of course, Ragnok added quickly. But you would reside within Gringotts' protected domains when not at school. He paused. No one would hurt you here. The promise hung in the air between them, simple, direct, and more than anyone had ever offered Harry before. What about Hagrid? And Professor Dumbledore? Won't they object? Undoubtedly, Ragnok said with a thin smile that revealed pointed teeth. But the treaty predates Dumbledore's authority. Even the Ministry must honor it. The choice, however, is yours alone. Harry looked down at his hands, small, scarred from years of cooking for the Dursleys, of gardening in the hot sun, of being the family servant. He thought of the cupboard under the stairs, of Dudley's second bedroom where he'd been moved only because the Dursleys feared wizards were watching. I wouldn't have to go back. Ever? Not unless you wished it. Harry took a deep breath. Then yes. Please. Ragnok nodded once, as though he'd expected nothing less. We shall begin the process immediately. First, we should inform Mr. Hagrid that our business will take longer than anticipated." The younger goblin who had escorted Harry was summoned and dispatched with a message. When he returned, he reported that Hagrid had been reluctant but ultimately agreed to continue with his Hogwarts business and meet Harry afterward. "Excellent," said Ragnok. "That gives us time for a more thorough discussion of your situation, Mr. Potter." He drew a piece of parchment from a drawer and dipped a quill in ink. "I am invoking Article 7 of the Treaty of Silverhammer, establishing Goblin guardianship of Harry James Potter on grounds of documented abuse and neglect by his current Muggle guardians." The parchment glowed golden as Ragnok signed it with a flourish. "Your signature, Mr. Potter." Harry took the quill with shaking fingers and signed his name. The parchment flashed again, brighter this time, and duplicated itself 3 times. "One for Gringotts records, one for the Ministry, one for Hogwarts, and one for your personal keeping," Ragnok explained, handing Harry one of the copies. "Now, let us attend to your immediate needs. Grip Hook." The door opened, revealing the younger goblin. "Yes, Chief Ragnok. Mr. Potter will be staying with us. Prepare the Emerald Suite and summon Healer Silverfang." Ragnok turned back to Harry. "Grip Hook will be your guide to Gringotts and Goblin Society. Any questions you have, he can answer." Harry had 1,000 questions swirling in his mind, but one pushed to the forefront. "What happens when Dumbledore finds out?" Ragnok's smile was sharp. "I imagine he will be quite displeased. But the magic of the treaty is binding. He may protest, but he cannot overturn Goblin guardianship without proving we are unfit, a difficult task, given our record of care for our charges." He stood. "Now, I believe you came to access your vault. Shall we proceed with your original business before addressing other matters?" The cart ride to Harry's vault was exhilarating, a wild plunge into the depths beneath London that momentarily pushed aside the enormity of what had just transpired. When Grip Hook opened Vault 687, Harry gasped at the mountains of gold, silver, and bronze. "Your trust vault," Grip Hook explained. "Established by your parents for your education and maintenance until you reach majority. The main Potter vaults will become accessible when you turn 17. Harry filled a pouch with coins, still dazed. "I never knew." "The wizards tell their children little of their heritage," Grip Hook said, with a hint of something like bitterness. "They believe knowledge should come only with age, regardless of need." As they returned to the upper levels, Harry found himself led not toward the bank's entrance but deeper into the complex, through corridors that seemed to slope gently downward. The marble gave way to finely worked stone, then to what appeared to be natural caverns enhanced by goblin craftsmanship. "These passages connect to the Goblin City beneath London," Grip Hook explained, noting Harry's wondering expression. "Few wizards have seen it." "There's a whole city down here?" Grip Hook nodded. "Deep Market. One of several goblin settlements throughout Britain, hidden from wizard eyes." They emerged into what could only be described as an underground boulevard. The cavern ceiling soared overhead, embedded with thousands of glowing crystals that mimicked daylight. Buildings of stone and metal lined a wide thoroughfare, with goblins of all ages hurrying about their business. Harry gaped at shops displaying extraordinary metalwork, jewelers examining gems through eyepieces, and what appeared to be a market selling foods he'd never seen before. Goblins paused in their activities to stare as Grip Hook led Harry through the street. Many bowed slightly, though whether to Grip Hook or to him, Harry couldn't tell. "Why are they looking at me like that?" Harry whispered. "A human child under goblin guardianship is rare," Grip Hook replied. "The last such case was over 2 centuries ago. And you are Harry Potter, even among goblins, your story is known." They approached a building that resembled a small palace, with columns of black marble and silver doors. Inside, they climbed several flights of stairs to reach what Grip Hook called the Emerald Suite. The rooms were surprisingly comfortable, neither extravagantly decorated in wizard fashion nor austere as Harry might have expected from the business-like goblins of the bank above. The sitting room featured low, comfortable furniture scaled for both goblin and human use. A bedroom beyond contained a four-poster bed draped in green silk, and a bathroom with a sunken tub that resembled a small pool. "These will be your quarters whenever you are not at Hogwarts," Griphook explained. "They have been in use since the last human ambassador resided here in 1819. "Ambassador?" Harry repeated, running his fingers along a bookshelf filled with ancient tomes. "Once, wizards and goblins maintained closer diplomatic relations." Something flickered in Griphook's expression. "Those days are long past." A knock at the door announced the arrival of Healer Silverfang, an elderly female goblin with silver-streaked hair pulled into a tight bun. Her sharp eyes assessed Harry immediately. "So this is the Potter child," she said, setting down a leather case. "Sit, please." The examination that followed was unlike any doctor's visit Harry had experienced. Healer Silverfang didn't just look at his current injuries but performed spells that created a glowing diagram of his body, showing every past break and injury in different colors. Her expression grew grimmer with each discovery. Malnutrition. 3 poorly healed fractures. Untreated infections. She turned to Griphook. "Has Ragnok seen this?" "He suspected," Griphook replied. "But even he will be disturbed by the extent." "I'm really fine," Harry protested weakly. Silverfang snorted. "You are not fine, Mr. Potter. You are alive, which speaks to your resilience, but you are far from well." She rummaged in her case. "You will begin a regimen of potions immediately. Bone strengthening, nutritional supplements, and growth accelerators to compensate for the stunting." She handed him a vial of green liquid. "Drink." Harry hesitated, then swallowed the potion. It tasted oddly like mint and something metallic. "You will take 3 different potions daily for the next month," she instructed, leaving several dozen vials on the table. "I will check your progress weekly. With proper treatment, we can reverse much of the damage before you begin at Hogwarts." After the healer departed, Griphook showed Harry how to summon food or assistance by touching specific runes carved beside the door. "You should rest. Tomorrow, Chief Ragnok wishes to discuss your education before Hogwarts begins." Left alone, Harry wandered his new quarters in a daze. He ran his hand along the silk bedspread, tested the softness of the pillows, opened and closed drawers simply because he could. No hand slapped his away. No voice shouted that he was touching things that weren't his. He curled up on the window seat, looking out at the crystalline lights of Deep Market below. It wasn't a real window, he realized, they were too far underground for that, but an enchantment showing the Goblin City from above. Goblins moved through the streets, closing shops, greeting each other, living lives completely separate from the wizard world above. And somehow, impossibly, Harry was now part of both worlds. The next morning, Harry woke disoriented, reaching automatically for his glasses before realizing he wasn't in his cupboard or even Dudley's second bedroom. The events of the previous day came rushing back as he took in the elegant bedroom and the goblin-sized robe laid out for him. A sharp knock preceded Griphook's entrance. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Chief Ragnok awaits you for breakfast. I trust you slept well?" Harry nodded, still overwhelmed. "Better than ever." Griphook led him to a dining room where Ragnok sat at the head of a table laden with unfamiliar foods. The chief goblin nodded as Harry entered. "Mr. Potter. I trust your accommodations are satisfactory?" "They're amazing," Harry said honestly. "Thank you." "Eat," Ragnok gestured to the spread. "Healer Silverfang was quite insistent about your nutrition." Harry filled his plate with caution, sampling strange-looking fruits and what appeared to be some kind of savory pastry. Everything tasted better than he had expected, stronger flavors than he was used to, but not unpleasant. As they ate, Ragnok outlined the plans for the coming month before Hogwarts began. "You require a proper introduction to both your wizard heritage and your new place in Goblin society. We've arranged tutors in wizarding culture, magical theory, and goblin customs. Harry set down his fork. Why are you doing all this for me? I mean, I'm grateful, but... Ragnok considered him with those piercing eyes. Several reasons, Mr. Potter. First, it is simply right. No child should suffer as you have. He paused. Second, the House of Potter has historically maintained fair relations with the Goblin Nation. Your grandfather, Fleamont Potter, was respected among us for his business ethics. You knew my grandfather? Harry leaned forward eagerly. I did. A shrewd businessman, but fair. His hair potion empire made your family fortune. Ragnok's expression softened marginally. And third, well, let us say that having the boy who lived under goblin guardianship creates certain political opportunities that benefit both our peoples. Harry frowned slightly. So I'm useful to you. All relationships have utility, Mr. Potter. But that does not make them less genuine. Ragnok set down his cup. You will find that goblins value directness. We will always tell you our motivations truthfully. Can wizard guardians claim the same? Before Harry could respond, a younger goblin entered with a sealed letter. Urgent message from Hogwarts, Chief Ragnok. Ragnok broke the seal and read quickly, his expression hardening. As expected. Albus Dumbledore requests an immediate meeting regarding your guardianship. He looked at Harry. He will be here within the hour. What should I do? Harry asked, anxiety rising. You will attend the meeting, Ragnok said firmly. This concerns you directly, and under Goblin law, children have the right to witness all discussions of their welfare. He called for Grip Hook. Prepare Mr. Potter with appropriate attire. We shall meet Dumbledore in the Platinum Conference Room. An hour later, dressed in wizard robes of fine material that actually fit him, Harry sat beside Ragnok at a long table of polished stone. When the doors opened to admit Albus Dumbledore, Harry's first impression was of controlled power. The headmaster's long silver beard and half-moon spectacles gave him a grandfatherly appearance, but his blue eyes were sharp and assessing as they moved from Ragnok to Harry. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said warmly. I'm relieved to see you well. We've been quite concerned. Concerned enough to check on him during the decade he spent with abusive muggles? Ragnok asked mildly. Please, headmaster, be seated. There is much to discuss. Dumbledore's smile faded slightly as he sat across from them. This is most irregular, Ragnok. I've reviewed the treaty invocation you filed with the ministry. Surely there's been some misunderstanding. No misunderstanding. Ragnok pushed a folder across the table. Healer Silverfang's complete medical assessment of Mr. Potter upon his arrival. Note particularly pages 3 through 7 detailing evidence of systematic neglect and physical abuse. Dumbledore opened the folder, his expression grave as he scanned the contents. I had no idea the situation was so serious. Did you ever check? Harry asked quietly, surprising himself with his boldness. Dumbledore looked up, seeming genuinely pained. I had monitoring charms to alert me if you were in mortal danger, Harry. I knew your life with the Dursleys wasn't ideal, but, not ideal? Ragnok interrupted sharply. Mr. Potter was starved, beaten, and kept in a cupboard for 10 years. Your monitoring apparently found nothing concerning about that? Dumbledore sighed heavily. I believe the blood protection provided by his mother's sacrifice, activated through his residence with Petunia Dursley, outweighed other considerations. Voldemort's followers remained at large. Harry's safety was paramount. Safety from Death Eaters, perhaps, Ragnok countered. But not from those who should have protected him. He leaned forward. The treaty invocation stands, Headmaster. Mr. Potter is now under Goblin guardianship. I must object, Dumbledore said firmly. The blood protection is rendered moot by Article 7's magical binding. Ragnok's tone left no room for argument. The treaty supersedes other magical arrangements, as you well know. It was designed specifically to protect magical children from all threats, including well-intentioned but harmful guardianship arrangements. Harry watched the exchange with growing unease. "Sir," he said, addressing Dumbledore directly, "I don't want to go back to the Dursleys. Ever." Dumbledore's gaze softened as he looked at Harry. "I understand your feelings, Harry. Truly, I do. But there are greater concerns at play, matters of your long-term safety and the protection your mother's sacrifice provides." "With respect, Headmaster," Ragnok interjected, "Mr. Potter's mother sacrificed herself to save her son's life. I doubt she intended that sacrifice to condemn him to years of abuse." A flash of something, anger? Guilt, crossed Dumbledore's face before his expression smoothed again. "Perhaps we can reach a compromise. Harry could spend summers at Hogwarts, under my direct supervision. My decision is made," Harry said suddenly, his voice stronger than he'd intended. "I'm staying with the Goblins." Silence fell across the table. Dumbledore studied Harry with those penetrating blue eyes, and Harry had the strange sensation that the headmaster was looking directly into his thoughts. "I see your mind is quite made up," Dumbledore finally said. "Very well. I cannot override the treaty without ministry intervention, which would take months and likely fail." He turned to Ragnok. "I assume Harry will still attend Hogwarts as planned?" "Of course," Ragnok confirmed. "Mr. Potter's education remains a priority. He will attend Hogwarts during term and return to Gringotts for holidays. Then I shall see you on September 1st, Harry." Dumbledore rose. "I hope you'll come to understand that my decisions, however flawed they may appear, were made with your best interests at heart." After Dumbledore departed, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Is it over? Will he try again to send me back?" "Dumbledore is not accustomed to having his arrangements challenged," Ragnok said thoughtfully. "He will accept the new situation for now, but remain vigilant. He is a formidable wizard with many resources at his disposal." Harry nodded slowly, processing. "You said I'd have tutors?" Ragnok's expression lightened. "Indeed. Beginning tomorrow. For now, I believe Griphook planned to continue your tour of Deep Market. You'll need to become familiar with your new home." The following weeks passed in a whirlwind of new experiences. Each morning, Harry took his potions under Healer Silverfang's watchful eye. Already he could see the difference, his ribs no longer protruded, and he'd grown nearly an inch. The constant low-grade hunger that had been his companion for as long as he could remember finally subsided. His days were filled with lessons. Sharpclaw, a stern goblin scholar, taught him wizard genealogy and politics, emphasizing the Potter family's historical position and alliances. Ironheart instructed him in goblin customs and language, crucial knowledge, he insisted, for anyone living among the goblin nation. And Brighthammer, a surprisingly young goblin with an infectious enthusiasm, introduced him to magical theory beyond anything Hogwarts first years would learn. "The wizards teach magic as though it's separate categories," Brighthammer explained, sketching diagrams in the air with her finger. "Transfiguration, charms, potions, all in tidy boxes. But magic flows between these artificial divisions. Understanding the connections gives you power." In the evenings, Griphook took him through Deep Market, introducing him to goblin society. Harry learned that goblins lived in clan structures, with elaborate hierarchies based on skill, birth, and achievement. He discovered the forge temples where goblins practiced their unique metallurgical magic, and the deep gardens where fungi and crystal growths provided food and materials. Why do wizards and goblins distrust each other so much? Harry asked one evening as they watched silversmiths crafting delicate chains. Griphook's expression darkened. A long history of broken promises and prejudice. Wizards see us as clever creatures useful for banking, but not as equals. We see them as arrogant wand carriers who hoard magical knowledge and restrict our rights. But that's stupid, Harry blurted. You're obviously just as magical as wizards. This whole city proves it. Griphook studied him with newfound interest. Few wizards would say so. Their ministry classifies us as beings, not as equals to wizards. Well, I'm not most wizards, Harry said firmly. Griphook's mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. No, Mr. Potter. I don't believe you are. As August drew to a close, Harry realized with some surprise that he felt more at home in the underground Goblin City than he ever had at Privet Drive. His room had filled with books and small treasures from Deep Market. Griphook had become something between a guide and a friend, and even Ragnok seemed less intimidating, occasionally joining Harry for evening meals to discuss his progress. The day before his departure for Hogwarts, Ragnok summoned Harry to his private office, a rare invitation. You have adapted well to Goblin society, Ragnok observed as Harry took a seat. Ironheart speaks highly of your progress with our language. Thank you, Harry replied. Gratitude flows like gold between friends. He added the Goblins saying in their native tongue, earning an approving nod from Ragnok. Tomorrow you return to the wizard world, Ragnok continued. It will not be simple. You stand between two societies that have mistrusted each other for centuries. I know, Harry said. But I belong to both now, don't I? Ragnok's expression was unreadable. Indeed. And therein lies both danger and opportunity. He reached into a drawer and withdrew a small silver object. This is for you. It was a ring, a band of goblin-wrought silver with a small emerald set flush into the metal. A communication device, Ragnok explained. If you are in need, twist the stone 3 times and speak the name of the goblin you wish to contact. Harry slipped it onto his finger, feeling a slight warmth as the metal adjusted perfectly to his size. Thank you. There is more to discuss regarding your unique position, Ragnok said carefully, but it can wait until you'll break. For now, focus on your education and forming alliances at Hogwarts. You mean making friends? Harry asked, smiling slightly. Ragnok's lips twitched. As you say. Friends. That evening, Harry packed his trunk for Hogwarts. Beyond the standard school supplies and uniforms purchased during a carefully supervised trip to Diagon Alley, he included several books from Deep Market's archives and a small silver knife gifted by Griphook, for protection, and to remind you of goblin craftsmanship. As he placed the last items in his trunk, Harry caught his reflection in the mirror above his dresser. The boy who looked back at him was still recognizably Harry Potter, the lightning scar, the green eyes, the perpetually messy hair, but he was no longer the undernourished, frightened child who had entered Gringotts a month ago. His cheeks had filled out, and he stood straighter. The haunted look in his eyes had faded, replaced by something more confident. For the first time, Harry could look at himself and see more than just the unwanted burden the Dursleys had always claimed him to be. He was Harry Potter, wizard and goblin ward, heir to the Potter fortune, and tomorrow he would begin his education at Hogwarts. Whatever challenges awaited, he would face them standing tall. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as wizarding families said goodbye to their children. Harry stood slightly apart from the crowd, accompanied by Griphook in an unusual appearance above ground. The goblin wore a charmed glamour that made him appear as a stern-faced wizard to casual observers, though anyone looking closely might notice something odd in his proportions. Remember your training, Griphook instructed quietly. Observe before acting. Form alliances carefully. I will, Harry promised. And I'll write regularly. Griphook nodded stiffly, uncomfortable in the wizard-dominated space. The ring will serve for urgent communications. For regular correspondence, use the specially marked owls from the Gringotts London branch, they know the passages to Deep Market. Harry impulsively stuck out his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Griphook clasped it in the goblin manner, wrist to wrist rather than palm to palm. Strength in our separation, power in our return, Harry said in gobbledygook. Griphook's eyes widened slightly before he replied, "May your gold flow and your enemies fall." With that, Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express, finding an empty compartment near the back. He stowed his trunk and sat beside the window, watching as families shared last-minute hugs and reminders. A pang of something like envy struck him, but it was duller than it might have been before his time with the Goblins. The compartment door slid open, revealing a gangly red-headed boy. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing to the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "Go ahead," Harry offered. The boy sat, glancing at Harry curiously before looking away quickly. A few moments later, the door opened again to reveal identical red-headed twins. "Hey, Ron," one said. "We're going down to the middle of the train. Lee Jordan's got a giant tarantula down there." "Right," mumbled Ron. The twins' eyes fell on Harry, widening slightly. "Are you?" one began. "He is," the other confirmed. "Aren't you?" "What?" Harry asked, confused. "Harry Potter," they chorused. "Oh, yes," Harry confirmed, growing used to the recognition. "Fred and George Weasley," one twin introduced them. "And this is our brother, Ron." After the twins departed, Ron stared openly. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Harry nodded, bracing himself for questions about Voldemort and his scar. "And is it true?" Ron blurted. "That you're living with the Goblins now?" "Dad came home from the ministry talking about it, said there was some kind of ancient treaty invoked." He could hardly believe it. Harry tensed. This was the reaction Ragnok had warned him about, wizard prejudice against his goblin guardians. "Yes, it's true." "Is that a problem?" To his surprise, Ron looked more fascinated than disgusted. "No. It's just, nobody lives with goblins." "What's it like? Do they really eat raw meat and sleep on beds of gold?" Harry couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. "No. They eat mostly fungi and roots that grow underground, and they sleep in beds like anyone else." He paused. "Though the beds do have a lot of gold decoration." The ice broken, they fell into easier conversation. Ron explained about his large family and their limited means, while Harry shared carefully edited stories of his month in Deep Market. He avoided mentioning the abuse that had led to his goblin guardianship, instead focusing on the differences between goblin and wizard cultures. "So you'll go back there for Christmas?" Ron asked, unwrapping a chocolate frog. "Yes. It's home now." Harry said it with certainty that surprised even himself. Their conversation was interrupted when a round-faced boy opened the compartment door, looking tearful. "Sorry, but have you seen a toad? I've lost him." When they shook their heads, the boy wailed, "He keeps getting away from me." "He'll turn up," Harry assured him. "I suppose," the boy said miserably, departing. Ron shook his head. "If I'd brought a toad, I'd lose it as quick as possible. Mind you, I brought Scabbers, so I can't talk." He indicated the sleeping rat in his pocket. The compartment door slid open again, revealing the toadless boy and a girl with bushy brown hair already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one," she announced in a bossy sort of voice. "We've already told him we haven't seen it," Ron replied. The girl wasn't listening. Her attention had fixed on Harry's forehead. "You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you in modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts, and great wizarding events of the 20th century. They're not very accurate," Harry said mildly, remembering Sharpclaw's assessment of wizard historical texts. "Most were written by people who weren't there." The girl looked taken aback for a moment before recovering. "I'm Hermione Granger." "And you are?" She turned to Ron. "Ron Weasley." "Pleasure. You should change into your robes, I expect we'll be arriving soon." She turned to leave, then paused. "Is it true what they're saying in the prefect's carriage?" That you're living with goblins now? Harry nodded cautiously. Instead of looking shocked or disapproving, Hermione's eyes lit up with interest. That's fascinating. There's hardly anything about goblin society in the books I've read. Is it true they have their own form of magic that doesn't require wands? And do they really, Hermione? Neville interrupted gently, we should keep looking for Trevor. Oh, right. See you at Hogwarts. And with that, she departed, taking Neville with her. Ron stared after her. Whatever house I'm in, I hope she's not in it. The remainder of the journey passed pleasantly as Harry and Ron discussed Hogwarts houses, Quidditch, and wizard families. When the trolley witch came by, Harry purchased a selection of wizard sweets, sharing them generously with Ron. It was a novel experience for Harry, having money to spend and someone to share with. Their peaceful journey was interrupted by the arrival of 3 boys, a pale, pointed-faced youth flanked by 2 larger boys who resembled bodyguards. Is it true? The pale boy demanded. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Yes, Harry replied, assessing the newcomer with the caution Ironheart had taught him. This is Crabbe and Goyle, the boy said carelessly. And I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ron coughed slightly, hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy turned to him sharply. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and hand-me-down robes, you must be a Weasley. He turned back to Harry. You'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. Instead, he recalled what Sharpclaw had taught him about the Malfoys, their wealth, their political connections, and their rumored Death Eater ties. I appreciate the offer, Harry said carefully, but I prefer to judge people by their actions, not their families. Malfoy's pale cheeks flushed pink. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry stood slowly, feeling a surge of anger but controlling it the way Ragnok had taught him. I think you should leave now. But we don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? Malfoy sneered. Really? Harry asked, reaching into his pocket. Because the goblins taught me some interesting ways to deal with unwanted guests. He didn't draw his wand or the silver knife Griphook had given him, merely let his hand rest in his pocket suggestively. The bluff worked, Malfoy's eyes widened slightly. Everyone knows goblins practice dark magic, he said, taking a step back. My father will hear about this. With that, he and his cronies departed. Ron stared at Harry with newfound respect. That was brilliant. What were you going to do if they hadn't left? Harry shrugged, returning to his seat. Nothing, really. But Sharpclaw, one of my tutors, says that reputation can be as powerful as actual magic. Your goblin tutors sound a lot more interesting than my brothers, Ron said admiringly. As the train neared Hogsmeade Station, they changed into their school robes. Harry felt a curious mixture of excitement and apprehension. For a month, he'd been immersed in goblin society, learning their ways and adapting to their directness. Now he was about to enter a different world, one that would view his goblin guardianship with suspicion at best and hostility at worst. But he was ready. The frightened boy in the taped glasses and oversized clothes was gone. In his place stood Harry Potter, heir to 2 worlds, carrying the hopes of one and the prejudices of the other. Whatever Hogwarts held in store, he would face it with goblin determination and wizard courage. The train slowed to a stop. Harry's journey was just beginning. Hogwarts Castle loomed against the night sky, windows blazing with welcoming light. As the first years crossed the lake in small boats under Hagrid's guidance, Harry found himself oddly comparing the castle's grandeur to the subtle beauty of Deepmarket. Both were magical places, both would be his home, but in very different ways. Furs years, follow me. Hagrid called as they reached the shore. The giant man led them up a path to the castle's massive oak doors. As they walked, Harry noticed several students pointing at him and whispering. Word of his goblin guardianship had clearly spread. Hagrid knocked 3 times, and the doors swung open to reveal a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald-green robes. "The Furs years, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the flagged stone floor into a small chamber off the hall. As she explained the sorting ceremony and house system, Harry considered what he knew of each house from his lessons with Sharpclaw. Slytherin values cunning and ambition, traits goblins respect, Sharpclaw had told him. Ravenclaw prizes intelligence and learning. Gryffindor celebrates courage above all else, sometimes foolishly so, in goblin estimation. And Hufflepuff values hard work and loyalty, perhaps most compatible with goblin values of clan and craft. Professor McGonagall departed briefly, during which time several ghosts drifted through the wall, startling many students. Harry, however, remained calm. Deep Market had its own spirits, though of a different nature than wizard ghosts. When McGonagall returned, she led them into the great hall, where 4 long tables were filled with older students beneath a ceiling bewitched to look like the night sky. At the front of the hall sat the teachers, with Albus Dumbledore in the center. The headmaster's eyes found Harry immediately, twinkling with interest. Beside him sat a hook-nosed professor whose dark gaze fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. Professor McGonagall placed a patched wizard's hat on a stool. To everyone's surprise, though not Harry's, Sharpclaw had described the sorting hat in detail. The hat began to sing about the 4 houses and their founders. When it finished, McGonagall began calling students forward alphabetically. Harry watched as Abbott, Hannah, became a Hufflepuff, followed by others into their respective houses. Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom both became Gryffindors, while Draco Malfoy was immediately sorted into Slytherin. Finally, McGonagall called, "Potter, Harry." Whispers erupted throughout the hall as Harry stepped forward. He caught fragments as he approached the stool. "Potter? The Harry Potter? Living with goblins, dark creatures, can't believe Dumbledore allowed." Harry sat on the stool, and McGonagall placed the hat on his head. Immediately, a small voice spoke in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind, either. There's talent, oh yes, and a thirst to prove yourself. But what's this? Goblin guardianship? Goblin teachings already taking root? How interesting. Does that matter? Harry thought. Matter? Of course it matters. In 1,000 years, I've never sorted a student raised by goblins. You stand between 2 worlds, Mr. Potter. The question is, which will define you? Both, Harry thought firmly. I'm a wizard and a goblin ward. Ah, such certainty. But where to put you? You could be great in Slytherin, your goblin-honed cunning would serve you well there. Yet I sense that's not quite right. The hat fell silent for a moment, considering. No, better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the entire hall. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, the Weasley twins shouting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" As Harry removed the hat and headed toward his new house table, he caught Dumbledore's gaze. The headmaster raised his goblet slightly in acknowledgement, his expression unreadable. The Gryffindors made space for Harry, clapping him on the back and welcoming him enthusiastically. Percy Weasley, a prefect and Ron's older brother, shook his hand vigorously. Ron joined the Gryffindor table shortly after, looking relieved. Once the sorting finished, Dumbledore rose to his feet. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Food appeared on the golden plates, and Harry filled his plate, suddenly realizing how hungry he was. Though the Hogwarts fare was delicious, he found himself missing the distinctive flavors of goblin cuisine, the earthy mushrooms, the crystal-infused water, the mineral-rich bread. "That does look good," said the ghost sitting next to Harry sadly. "Can't you?" "I haven't eaten for nearly 500 years, the ghost explained. "I don't need to, of course, but one does miss it." "I don't think I've introduced myself." "Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington at your service. Resident ghost of Gryffindor Tower." "I know who you are," Ron exclaimed. "My brothers told me about you, you're nearly headless, Nick." "I would prefer," the ghost began stiffly. "Nearly headless? How can you be nearly headless?" Seamus Finnegan interrupted. Sir Nicholas demonstrated by pulling his head to the side, revealing that it was attached to his neck by a thin strip of skin. After the predictable gasps, conversation resumed around the table. "So, Harry," said Percy Weasley importantly, "is it true what they're saying? That you've been living with the goblins at Gringotts?" Conversations nearby quieted as students leaned in to hear Harry's answer. "Yes," Harry confirmed, continuing to eat calmly. "They invoked guardianship after certain issues with my previous Muggle guardians." "But, goblins?" Lavender Brown asked, looking scandalized. "Aren't they dangerous?" Harry set down his fork. "No more dangerous than wizards," he said evenly. "They've been very kind to me." "My dad works at the ministry," Percy said thoughtfully. "He says this hasn't happened in centuries, a wizard child under goblin protection." "Is it true they sleep on piles of gold?" Seamus asked eagerly. Harry laughed. "No. That's a wizard myth. They live in normal homes, just underground." "Do they eat wizard children?" a small first-year whispered, looking terrified. "Of course not," Harry said sharply. "They eat mostly vegetables and fungi that grow underground." "Where do people get these ideas?" "Wizard fairy tales," Hermione Granger answered from across the table. "Like the Warlocks Harry Hart and Grumblegore the Gold Thief. They portray goblins as child stealers and tricksters." She paused. "Though obviously those are just stories." Harry frowned. "Well, they're harmful stories. Goblins are just people with a different culture and different magic." "Different magic?" Dean Thomas asked, interested. "What kind?" "They don't use wands," Harry explained, warming to the subject. "Their magic is tied to metalwork, earth, and blood. They can enchant objects to last forever and create magical artifacts that wizard magic can't replicate." As Harry answered more questions about goblin life, he realized he'd become an unwitting ambassador for goblin culture, exactly as Ragnok had predicted. Some students listened with fascination, others with skepticism, but all with curiosity. When dessert disappeared and Dumbledore arose to make announcements, Harry felt a twinge of satisfaction. Perhaps bridging the gap between wizard and goblin worlds wouldn't be impossible after all. Dumbledore's warnings about the Forbidden Forest and the third-floor corridor were interrupted when Harry felt a sharp, searing pain in his forehead. He clapped a hand to his scar, wincing. "What is it?" Percy asked. "Nothing," Harry said quickly, though he noticed the hook-nosed professor was still watching him closely. "Who's that teacher talking to Professor Quirrell?" he asked, changing the subject. "That's Professor Snape," Percy explained. "Teaches potions, but everyone knows he wants Quirrell's job. Knows an awful lot about the dark arts, Snape does." After the announcements, the Gryffindors followed Percy through the castle to their dormitory, hidden behind a portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress who demanded a password, Caput Draconis. The common room was cozy with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. In the first-year boys' dormitory, Harry found his trunk already beside a four-poster bed hung with deep red curtains. As his dorm mates changed into pajamas and fell into exhausted conversation about their families, Harry quietly unpacked a few personal items: the silver knife from Griphook, which he tucked under his pillow, a small goblin-crafted music box that played soothing underground sounds, and a journal bound in dragon hide for correspondence with Ragnok. "That's amazing," Neville said shyly, noticing the music box. "Is that goblin-made?" Harry nodded, opening it to reveal the interior lined with glowing crystals. Soft sounds of distant forges and underground streams filled their corner of the dormitory. "My Gran says goblin artifacts are the finest in the world," Neville continued. "She has a goblin-made tiara that's been in the family for centuries." "Goblins don't forget who buys their work," Harry told him. "They'd respect your family for treasuring their craftsmanship." As the other boys drifted to sleep, Harry lay awake, thinking of Deep Market and his new life at Hogwarts. He touched the silver ring on his finger, drawing comfort from the connection to his goblin guardians. Tomorrow would bring classes, challenges, and undoubtedly more questions about his unusual living situation. But for now, Harry Potter, wizard student and goblin ward, closed his eyes and let the sounds of his enchanted music box carry him to sleep. Classes began the next morning, and Harry quickly established a routine. Professors called roll in each class, pausing at his name and stealing glances at his scar. Students whispered behind their hands whenever he passed in the corridors. But unlike the fearful whispers that had followed him at primary school, "That Potter boy is trouble," the Dursleys had made sure everyone believed. These whispers held awe, curiosity, and sometimes concern. "They say he lives with goblins now. Heard they're teaching him goblin magic. My father says it's disgraceful, letting creatures raise a wizard child. Do you think he'll go back to being normal, or is he half goblin now?" Harry ignored most of it, focusing instead on his studies. He discovered that his month of goblin tutoring had given him advantages in some areas. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall noted his unusually precise wand work, the result of Brighthammer's insistence on understanding magical theory before casting. 5 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said with rare approval after Harry successfully transformed his match into a needle on his third attempt. "It seems your summer studies served you well." In History of Magic, however, Harry found himself frustrated by Professor Binns' ghost droning on about goblin rebellions. "But that's not how it happened," Harry whispered to Ron during a lecture on the 1612 rebellion. "The goblins weren't trying to steal wands, they were protesting the wand ban that made it illegal for them to carry wands in the first place." Hermione, sitting nearby, overheard and looked intrigued. After class, she cornered Harry in the corridor. "How do you know so much about goblin history?" she demanded. "It's not in our textbooks." "Because I learned it from goblins," Harry explained. "They keep their own historical records. According to them, wizard historians got a lot wrong." Hermione looked scandalized by the idea that books might contain inaccuracies. "But surely Professor Binns wouldn't teach us something that wasn't true." "He's teaching the wizard version," Harry shrugged. "Every conflict has multiple perspectives." By Friday, Harry had experienced all his core classes except potions, which was scheduled as a double period with the Slytherins. At breakfast, as Hedwig delivered a note from Hagrid inviting him to tea that afternoon, Harry mentally prepared for his first encounter with Professor Snape, whom the Weasley twins had warned was notoriously biased against Gryffindors. "Don't look so worried," Ron said through a mouthful of sausage. "Fred and George exaggerate everything." Harry wasn't convinced, especially after noting that Snape seemed to watch him with particular interest during meals. Still, he was determined to approach the class with an open mind. The potions classroom was in the dungeons, cold and slightly damp, with pickled animals floating in glass jars around the walls. Harry and Ron found seats together as Snape swept into the room, his black cloak billowing behind him. Like other professors, Snape started by taking roll, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began in barely more than a whisper. The class hung on his every word as he described bottling fame, brewing glory, and even putting a stopper in death. Potter. Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry blinked, startled, but remembered Brighthammer's lessons. The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion. Snape's eyes narrowed slightly. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, Harry answered. It's an antidote to most poisons. What is the difference, Potter, between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite. A slight sneer curved Snape's thin lips. Correct. It seems someone has been doing their summer reading. His gaze intensified. Tell me, Potter, did you learn this from your goblin guardians? The way he emphasized goblin made Harry's spine stiffen. Partly, Professor. They provided tutors to prepare me for Hogwarts. Indeed. Snape's expression was unreadable. And do your goblin friends teach you their metal magic as well? Their secret enchantments? The classroom had gone completely silent. Harry felt every eye on him as he chose his words carefully. Goblins keep their magic private, sir, just as wizards don't teach wand magic to other beings. Snape's dark eyes bore into Harry's green ones. 1 point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. He turned to the rest of the class. Well? Why aren't you all copying this down? There was a sudden scramble for quills and parchment. As they began brewing a simple potion to cure boils, Harry felt Snape's attention returning to him repeatedly. When Neville melted Seamus's cauldron, sending their potion seeping across the floor and causing angry boils to spring up on students' shoes, Snape rounded on Harry. You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point you've lost for Gryffindor. This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. Don't push it, he muttered. I've heard Snape can turn nasty. As they left the dungeon an hour later, Harry's spirits were low. He'd lost 2 points for Gryffindor on his very first week. Cheer up, said Ron. Snape's always taking points off Fred and George. Can I come and meet Hagrid with you? At 5-3, they made their way across the grounds to Hagrid's small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry knocked, frantic scrabbling and booming barks answered from inside. Back, Fong, back. Hagrid's voice called. His big face appeared in the crack as he pulled the door open. Hang on. Back, Fong. He let them in, struggling to keep a hold on the collar of an enormous black boarhound. Despite the intimidating appearance, Fong immediately slobbered over Ron's robes in affection. Make yourselves at home, said Hagrid, releasing Fong. As he poured boiling water into a large teapot, Hagrid's eyes lingered on Harry. So, how's your first week been? Settlin' in all right? It's been good, Harry said. Except for potions. I don't think Professor Snape likes me very much. Rubbish, said Hagrid unconvincingly. Why wouldn't he like ya? Harry wasn't fooled. He seemed especially interested in my goblin guardianship. Hagrid's expression grew serious. Ah, well, that's complicated, Harry. Some wizards have strong feelings about goblins. Old prejudices die hard. But I don't understand why, Harry pressed. Goblins aren't what wizards think they are. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. I know they've been good to ya, Harry. And I'm glad for it. Told Dumbledore myself that them Dursleys were the worst sort o' muggles. But ya have to understand, there's centuries o' bad blood between wizards and goblins. Rebellions, broken treaties, mistrust on both sides. Harry nodded, having heard similar explanations from Ragnok. But it doesn't have to stay that way, does it? Hagrid's beetle-black eyes crinkled in a smile beneath his wild beard. No, it doesn't. And maybe you're just the one to change things. As they sipped strong tea and politely declined rock cakes that threatened to break their teeth, Harry noticed a newspaper clipping on Hagrid's table about a break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, the very day he'd visited with Hagrid. Hagrid! Harry exclaimed. That Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have happened while we were there. Hagrid definitely didn't meet Harry's eyes this time, grunting and offering more tea. Harry read the article more carefully, noting that the vault in question had been emptied earlier that same day. The vault that was broken into, was it the one you emptied? The one with that grubby little package? Now, don't ask me about that, Hagrid said gruffly. Top secret, that is. Dumbledore's business. Harry wanted to press further but noticed Hagrid's discomfort. Instead, he changed the subject to classes, letting Ron complain about Snape's unfairness while his mind worked on this new mystery. After they left Hagrid's hut, walking back toward the castle for dinner, Ron asked the question Harry had been expecting all week. So, what's it really like? Living with goblins, I mean. Harry considered how to answer. Different. But good different. They're very direct, no beating around the bush or saying one thing and meaning another. Everything has a purpose, a value. He smiled slightly. And they respect strength and skill above all else. Not just physical strength, but strength of character, of mind. So they're not scary? Ron looked embarrassed to ask. They can be, Harry admitted. They don't smile much, and they don't hide their feelings behind politeness like wizards do. But they're fair. And loyal, once you've earned their respect. And they really don't mind having a wizard live with them? Harry hesitated. Some weren't happy about it at first. I heard whispers, the warrior clans especially thought taking in a wizard child was dangerous. But Ragnok convinced them it was the right thing to do. He didn't mention the political calculations that had surely factored into the decision. Dad says Ragnok's the most powerful goblin in Britain, Ron said, impressed. Even the Minister for Magic treats him carefully. He's been kind to me, Harry said simply. They all have. As they entered the Great Hall for dinner, Harry caught Dumbledore watching him from the high table, those blue eyes thoughtful behind half-moon spectacles. The headmaster nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and Harry returned the gesture before joining his housemates. That night, as his dorm mates slept, Harry sat cross-legged on his bed with the curtains drawn, writing in his dragonhide journal. Dear Ragnok, my first week at Hogwarts has been interesting. The classes are challenging but not difficult, thanks to the tutoring you arranged. I've made friends in Gryffindor House. I was sorted into Gryffindor, as my father was, particularly Ron Weasley, whose father works at the Ministry. Most students are curious about my living with goblins rather than hostile, though there are exceptions. Professor Snape, the potions master, seems particularly interested in my goblin connections, and not in a friendly way. I've noticed several discrepancies between what is taught here about goblin history and what Ironheart taught me. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it, but it's frustrating to hear only the wizard side of events. Something curious happened today. I learned there was a break-in at Gringotts on my birthday, the same day Hagrid and I visited. Hagrid removed something from a vault that was later targeted. He called it Dumbledore's business and wouldn't explain further. I hope all is well in Deep Market. I miss the crystal lights and the sound of the forges. With respect, Harry finished writing and sealed the journal with a tap of his wand, activating the enchantment that would make his message appear in Ragnok's corresponding volume. The goblin-made journals were a secure way to communicate without owls, which could be intercepted. As he tucked the journal back into his trunk, Harry reflected on his strange position. In just over a month, he'd gone from an unwanted burden in a Muggle household to a wizard student with goblin guardians, navigating two worlds that had mistrusted each other for centuries. It wouldn't be easy. But as he settled back against his pillows, Harry felt more confident than he ever had at Privet Drive. He had people who believed in him now, who valued him. And that made all the difference. Chapter 2, Forged in silver and gold. The first snowfall of December dusted Hogwarts towers with white, transforming the castle into a scene from a wizard's snow globe. Inside the Gryffindor common room, a fire roared in the grate as students packed trunks and traded holiday plans. Harry sat cross-legged on a couch, reading a letter that had arrived by Gringotts' special courier owl, a distinctive bird with silver-tipped feathers and unusually intelligent eyes. He'd become a familiar sight at the Gryffindor table over the past term, delivering weekly communications from Deep Market. Another secret message from the Goblin Underground? Fred Weasley teased, flopping onto the couch beside Harry. George joined them, grinning. Planning the next Goblin rebellion, are we? Harry folded the letter, smiling despite himself. The twins' jokes about his goblin connections had become something of a running gag, good-natured rather than malicious, unlike the whispers that followed him from less friendly quarters of the castle. Just confirmation of my holiday plans, Harry explained. Griphook is meeting me at King's Cross tomorrow. Shame you can't come to the Burrow, Ron said, looking up from his half-packed trunk. Mum's dying to meet you. Next holiday, perhaps, Harry replied. Ragnok has important matters to discuss. The truth was, Harry missed Deep Market with an intensity that surprised him. His first term at Hogwarts had been remarkable. He'd made friends, excelled in classes, apart from the persistent tension with Snape, and even became the youngest Seeker in a century on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. But beneath it all ran a current of longing for the Goblin City's amber lights and the direct, unvarnished interactions of its inhabitants. After Hermione bid them good night, reminding everyone to finish their holiday assignments, Harry retreated to the dormitory to finish his packing. As he carefully placed his textbooks in his trunk, his fingers brushed against a small wooden box he hadn't opened since September, a parting gift from Ragnok. For emergencies only, the Goblin had instructed. When the time is right, you'll know. Harry turned the intricate box in his hands, tracing the silver inlay that formed complex patterns across its surface. He'd respected Ragnok's instructions not to open it prematurely, but sometimes he caught himself wondering what lay inside. With a sigh, he tucked the box securely between layers of clothing and closed his trunk. Tomorrow, he would return to Deep Market for the Yule holiday. Tomorrow, perhaps, some of his questions would be answered. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with activity as families reunited and students lugged trunks toward the barrier. Harry said goodbye to the Weasleys, accepting a crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley, who insisted on feeding him several pumpkin pasties, to tide him over. Write to us, won't you? Hermione said anxiously. And be careful. What could happen to him? Ron scoffed. Gringotts is the safest place in Britain besides Hogwarts. Harry appreciated Ron's confidence, though he suspected Hermione's concern stemmed less from fear of goblins and more from the growing tensions in the wizard world. The Daily Prophet had recently published an opinion piece questioning the wisdom of allowing magical creatures to raise the boy who lived. Letters to the editor had followed, many expressing outrage or concern about goblin influence over Harry Potter. I'll write, Harry promised Hermione. And I'll be perfectly safe. He spotted Griphook then, standing apart from the crowd in his wizard disguise. Though the glamour was flawless to most observers, Harry could now easily recognize the subtle tells, the slight disproportion of limbs, the too-perfect stillness, the sharp gaze that missed nothing. Mr. Potter, Griphook greeted him with a formal nod as Harry approached. Your journey was satisfactory? Yes, thank you, Harry replied, slipping automatically into the more formal speech patterns he used with his goblin guardians. As they exited onto the Muggle side of King's Cross, Harry noted several oddly behaved individuals who seemed too interested in their departure. We're being watched, he murmured in gobbledygook. Griphook's lips twitched in the barest hint of approval. For ministry observers. 2 at the newspaper stand, 1 pretending to study the departures board, and 1 poorly disguised as a Muggle conductor. Should we be concerned? No. Their observation was anticipated. We have 7 countermeasures in place. Harry didn't ask for details. He'd learned that Goblin security operated on a need-to-know basis, and Griphook would share information when necessary. Instead, they proceeded to a seemingly ordinary taxi whose driver nodded once to Griphook before pulling smoothly into London traffic. Rather than heading toward the Leaky Cauldron or the main entrance of Gringotts, they drove to an unremarkable office building several blocks away. Inside, Griphook led Harry to a maintenance elevator, pressed a complex sequence of buttons, and the elevator began descending far deeper than the building's apparent structure should allow. New security protocols, Griphook explained as they dropped below street level. The increased ministry interest in your guardianship necessitated additional precautions. The elevator stopped, revealing not a hallway but a stone-carved tunnel lit by the now familiar amber crystals of Deep Market. A small cart waited on tracks that curved away into darkness. The northern approach, Harry observed as they boarded the cart. We're entering through the mining district. Again, that flicker of approval crossed Griphook's face. You remember your pathways well. The cart journey was shorter than those from Gringotts proper, but no less exhilarating. They swept through narrow tunnels and across underground ravines before emerging into the outskirts of Deep Market. Unlike the main thoroughfare Harry had first seen, this area was industrial, the forges and foundries where Goblin metalworkers practiced their craft. Goblins looked up from anvils and smelting pots as they passed, many offering respectful nods to Harry, a far cry from his first days in Deep Market when suspicion had been the predominant response to his presence. You've grown, Griphook observed as they walked toward the residential district. Healer Silverfang will be pleased with your progress. 3 inches since September, Harry confirmed. The potions regimen has been effective. The potions, disguised as ordinary vitamin supplements to avoid questions at Hogwarts, had done more than just address his malnutrition. Harry now stood taller than several of his classmates, his previous scrawniness giving way to a wiry strength. His vision had improved too, though he still wore glasses out of habit and to maintain his recognizable appearance. They reached the building that housed Harry's Emerald Suite to find Ragnok himself waiting at the entrance, an unprecedented honor that caused Griphook to raise his eyebrows in surprise. Welcome home, Mr. Potter, Ragnok said, clasping Harry's forearm in the traditional Goblin greeting. I am honored by your welcome, Chief Ragnok, Harry replied formally, returning the gesture. Once inside Harry's quarters, however, Ragnok's demeanor shifted subtly. Your letters have been most informative, he said, taking a seat. Particularly regarding the attempted theft from Gringotts and Albus Dumbledore's interesting decisions. Harry sat across from him, accepting a cup of the mineral-rich tea Goblins preferred. I've discovered more about the package Hagrid removed. It was the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel. Ragnok's eyes glittered. Indeed? And you believe Dumbledore is keeping it at Hogwarts? I'm certain of it. There's an elaborate set of protections on the 3rd floor, we've identified several of them already. We? Ragnok raised an eyebrow. Harry flushed slightly. My friends, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. They've been helping me investigate. Ah. Your alliances at Hogwarts. Ragnok nodded approvingly. And do you believe the stone remains secure? For now. Harry hesitated. But someone at Hogwarts is trying to steal it. I initially suspected Professor Snape, but I'm less certain now. Trust your instincts, but verify your conclusions, Ragnok advised, one of the first lessons he'd taught Harry. Now, tell me of your studies. Your professors speak highly of your progress, despite their reservations about your living arrangements. The conversation continued as Harry detailed his academic achievements, Quidditch experiences, and social integration at Hogwarts. Ragnok listened attentively, occasionally asking pointed questions that revealed how closely he monitored Harry's progress through sources beyond Harry's own letters. "You have represented the Goblin nation with dignity," Ragnok concluded. "But we have much to discuss regarding your future role. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin." After Ragnok departed, Harry unpacked his trunk and reacquainted himself with his quarters. Everything was exactly as he'd left it 4 months ago, yet the space felt slightly smaller than he remembered, or perhaps he had simply grown. That night, as he lay in his familiar bed beneath the enchanted ceiling that mimicked Deepmarket's crystal formations, Harry reflected on how much had changed in a year. Last December, he'd been sleeping in a cupboard, unwanted and unloved. Now he had 2 homes, Hogwarts and Deepmarket, and people who valued him in both. Still, questions lingered in his mind as he drifted toward sleep. What future role had Ragnok mentioned? And why did he sense that his goblin guardian was preparing him for something beyond ordinary education? The following morning brought Harry's first hint of answers. After breakfast, Ragnok led him deep into Deepmarket, past areas Harry had never been permitted to enter before. They descended through progressively older tunnels until reaching an ancient door carved from a single piece of silver-veined stone. "Few enter the Hall of Records," Ragnok said gravely. "Even among goblins, access is restricted to clan leaders and record keepers." "Why am I allowed?" Harry asked. "Because what lies within concerns you directly." Ragnok pressed his palm against the door, which glowed briefly before swinging inward to reveal a vast circular chamber. The walls were lined with thousands of metal tablets, each inscribed with goblin script so ancient it barely resembled the gobbledygook Harry had learned. In the center stood a pedestal supporting a massive book bound in what appeared to be dragon hide but shimmered with an unearthly iridescence. An elderly goblin looked up from the book as they entered, his eyes widening at the sight of Harry. "Brighthammer tells me you've mastered basic wizarding magic remarkably quickly," Ragnok said, leading Harry toward the pedestal. "Your core is unusually strong for your age." "She's an excellent teacher," Harry replied modestly. "Indeed. But it is more than that." Ragnok nodded to the elderly goblin, who stepped aside. "This is the Grimoire of Concordance, our most sacred historical record. It documents all interactions between goblins and wizards since before Gringotts was founded." Harry approached carefully, aware of the immense privilege he was being granted. "It's beautiful," he said truthfully, admiring the craftsmanship of the massive tome. "Look at the entry for October 31, 1981, Ragnok instructed. Harry gently turned the pages, surprised to find the text shifted between gobbledygook and English as his eyes moved across it. He found the date, the night his parents died, and began reading. "On this night, the wizard known as Voldemort was defeated by unknown means after attacking the Potter family. James Potter and Lily Potter, née Evans, were killed, but their infant son survived, bearing a lightning mark of powerful magic. The goblin seers report unprecedented disturbances in the magical currents. The great prophecy stirs." "The great prophecy?" Harry looked up, confused. Ragnok's expression was solemn. "Turn to the earliest pages." Harry carefully turned back through centuries of records until he reached the first pages, where the text appeared in a form of gobbledygook so archaic that even with the book's translation magic, it remained difficult to comprehend. "Before wizards and goblins became enemies," Ragnok explained, "we were allies. The first goblin metalworkers forged weapons for wizard warriors, and wizard spellweavers enhanced goblin minds with their magic. But a prophecy was made, by a seer who was both goblin and wizard." "That's possible?" Harry asked, surprised. "Rare, but not impossible. Magical beings are not as separate as modern wizards believe." Ragnok pointed to a passage on the ancient page. "This is the great prophecy, made in the time when Hogwarts was merely a dream in the founders' minds." Harry read slowly, the words seeming to shimmer and shift. "When blood spills blood and light falls dark, a child will be marked by power unknown. Neither goblin nor wizard and yet both, he shall bridge the chasm between worlds. Silver and gold shall be his crown, and enemies ancient shall bow or drown in the tide of change he brings. Born as summer dies, orphaned by sacrifice, raised in two worlds but belonging to neither, he shall unite what was divided or all shall fall to the one who waits in shadow. A chill ran down Harry's spine as he finished reading. You think this is about me? For centuries, this prophecy was considered allegorical, a myth rather than a true foretelling. Ragnok's voice was quiet but intense. But when you survived the killing curse, when your parents died on Samhain night, the prophecy awakened. Our seers felt it. And when you came into Gringotts last summer, bearing the signs of abuse yet strong in magic, many pieces aligned. But I'm not, neither goblin nor wizard and yet both, Harry protested. I'm just a wizard who lives with goblins. Are you? Ragnok asked softly. The healing you received after the Dursleys' mistreatment included blood-replenishing potions made with goblin minerals. The nutritional supplements contained elements from the deepest goblin mines. Your magic has been nurtured in goblin soil. Harry stared at him, stunned. Are you saying I'm changing? Not in any way that diminishes you, Ragnok assured him. But magic responds to environment, to influence. Your magical core is adapting, evolving to encompass aspects of both wizard and goblin magic. Have you not noticed certain differences in how your spells manifest? Harry thought back to his classes at Hogwarts, how his transfiguration work often had a metallic quality, how his charms seemed more solid, more permanent than his classmates. Professor Flitwick had commented on it just last month, looking at him with curious eyes after Harry's levitation charm produced faint silver sparkles along with the usual effects. I thought it was just because of the extra training, Harry said weakly. It is more. Ragnok closed the ancient book gently. You are becoming something new, Harry Potter. Something neither the Goblin Nation nor the Wizarding world has seen before. The question is, will you embrace this destiny or reject it? Harry felt overwhelmed. A year ago, he'd been nobody, just an unwanted burden to his Muggle relatives. Then he'd become Harry Potter, the boy who lived, a wizard with an unexpected place in Goblin society. Now Ragnok was suggesting he might be the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy, a bridge between worlds that had been divided for centuries. I need time to think, he said finally. Of course. Ragnok nodded, understanding in his sharp eyes. But time may be shorter than we wish. There are complications. What complications? The Ministry grows increasingly concerned about your guardianship. Certain factions are moving to challenge the treaty invocation that brought you to us. Ragnok led Harry out of the Hall of Records, the massive door sealing behind them. And there is evidence that darker forces are stirring, those who would see neither goblins nor wizards prosper. Voldemort, Harry said quietly. Yes. Though he remains weakened, his influence persists. Ragnok stopped in the corridor, turning to face Harry directly. Your holiday training will be more intensive this year. If you are indeed the bridge child of prophecy, you must be prepared for the challenges ahead. The remainder of the day passed in a blur as Harry tried to process everything he'd learned. During dinner with Griphook and several other goblins who had become something like family over the past year, he remained distracted, his thoughts continually returning to the ancient words in the grimoire. Later, alone in his quarters, Harry retrieved the small wooden box Ragnok had given him before his departure for Hogwarts. The chief goblin's words echoed in his mind, for emergencies only. When the time is right, you'll know. Was this that time? The box seemed to hum slightly in his hands, as though responding to his indecision. Finally, Harry made his choice, carefully opening the lid. Inside lay a small silver pendant on a fine chain. The pendant was shaped like a lightning bolt, similar to his scar but more stylized, with tiny runes etched along its surface. As Harry lifted it, he felt a subtle pulse of magic. A small piece of parchment lay beneath the pendant, bearing Ragnok's sharp handwriting, protection and connection. Wear it always, speak my name in need. Harry slipped the chain over his head, tucking the pendant beneath his shirt where it rested against his skin, surprisingly warm. Whether he believed in the prophecy or not, whether he was truly meant to bridge worlds or simply a boy in unusual circumstances, one thing was certain: his life had become more complicated than he could have imagined. The remainder of the holiday transformed Harry in ways both subtle and profound. Each morning began with physical training under the tutelage of Ragnok, a battle-hardened goblin who taught him to move with the economy and precision characteristic of goblin warriors. Afternoons were dedicated to magical theory with Brighthammer, who pushed his understanding beyond Hogwarts curriculum into realms where wizard and goblin magic intersected. Intent shapes outcome, Brighthammer repeated often, watching as Harry struggled to infuse a simple quill with the durability enchantment goblins used on their crafts. Wizard magic relies too heavily on words and wand movements. Goblin magic flows from will and connection to material. By the third day of practice, Harry managed to create a quill that wouldn't break or wear out, a small achievement by goblin standards but unprecedented for a wizard his age. Brighthammer's approving nod meant more than any house points awarded at Hogwarts. Evenings brought lessons in goblin politics and history with Ragnok himself, who explained the complex clan structures and the hidden tensions between goblin nations across continents. Harry learned of alliances and betrayals, of the subtle power plays that occurred beneath the surface of the banking system wizards took for granted. The wizard ministry sees only what we permit them to see, Ragnok explained. They believe they understand goblin affairs because we manage their gold. In truth, they glimpse merely the surface of an ocean of complexity. Like me at Gringotts last summer, Harry observed. I saw only the bank, not deep market beneath it. Ragnok smiled thinly. Precisely. Perception is limited by expectation. Remember that lesson well. Between lessons, Harry wrote to Ron and Hermione, careful to balance honesty with discretion. He couldn't reveal the prophecy or the deeper mysteries of goblin society, but he shared enough to maintain their friendship while subtly educating them about goblin culture. Dear Hermione, holiday studies here are intense but fascinating. The goblin approach to magic focuses more on fundamental principles than specific applications. They believe wizard education creates artificial divisions between magical disciplines that should naturally flow together. For example, did you know that potions, transfiguration, and charms all operate on the same basic magical principles? The distinctions are mostly for teaching convenience, not because they're truly separate branches of magic. I've been learning some goblin history too. The rebellions Professor Binns drones on about look very different from the goblin perspective. Most were actually defensive actions against wizard encroachment on goblin territories or rights. The 1752 rebellion he mentioned last term was actually sparked by the ministry attempting to regulate goblin mining practices, which violated 3 separate treaties. Hope you're enjoying your skiing holiday with your parents. See you on the train. Harry to Ron, his letters focused more on the daily life aspects of Deep Market, the foods, the games goblin children played, a strategic board game called Stonepath that made wizard chess look simplistic, and the upcoming Forgemoss celebration that marked the Goblin New Year. As the holiday neared its end, Ragnok invited Harry to a formal council meeting, an unprecedented honor for a wizard. The council chamber, deep within the heart of Deep Market, featured a circular table carved from a single massive piece of black marble veined with gold and silver. Around it sat the leaders of the 7 major goblin clans, with Ragnok at the head position. Harry, dressed in formal robes that combined wizard and goblin styles, took the seat indicated for him, directly to Ragnok's right, a position of high honor that caused murmurs among several council members. The boy sits in the champion's place, growled Ragnok, leader of the warrior clan, his scarred face expressing clear disapproval. The boy has a name, Ragnok replied mildly. And Harry Potter sits where I have placed him, as is my right as chief. The tension in the air was palpable as Ragnok subsided, though his eyes remained fixed on Harry with obvious suspicion. Other council members regarded Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to calculated assessment. We gather today to discuss matters of consequence to the Goblin Nation. Ragnok began formally. The wizard ministry grows increasingly intrusive in our affairs. Their Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has proposed new restrictions on goblin movement above ground. Let them try to enforce such restrictions, Ragnok growled. My warriors would start a war we cannot afford, interrupted Silvertooth, an elderly female goblin who led the artisan clan. Violence serves neither side in these delicate times. The debate continued, revealing to Harry the complex political landscape goblins navigated. The ministry's increased scrutiny was clearly connected to his goblin guardianship, as several council members pointed out. They fear the boy's influence, said Goldfist, leader of the banking clan. A wizard child raised with goblin values challenges their assumptions of superiority. And now rumors of prophecy circulate, added Ironclaw, the scholarly clan leader. My sources in the wizard enclaves report whispers of the goblin-raised Potter fulfilling ancient predictions. All eyes turned to Harry, who straightened under their collective gaze. I didn't ask for any of this, he said honestly. But I won't pretend I'm not grateful for what the Goblin Nation has given me. A home. Knowledge. Respect. He paused, choosing his words carefully. If I am meant to bridge our worlds somehow, I will try. Not because of prophecy, but because it's right. A moment of silence followed his words before Ragnok barked a short laugh. He speaks like a goblin but looks like a wizard. Interesting combination. The question, Ragnok said, bringing them back to the main discussion, is how we proceed. The treaty protection remains legally binding, but the ministry searches for loopholes. Meanwhile, darker threats gather. What darker threats? Harry asked, speaking formally as he'd been taught. Beyond ministry interference? The council members exchanged glances before Ragnok answered. Our seers report disturbances in the magical currents similar to those preceding Voldemort's first rise. And there have been incursions. Incursions? 3 attempts to breach Deepmarket's outer defenses in the past month, Ragnok reported grimly. Not ministry, something else. Something that leaves magical residue unlike anything we've encountered before. Or precisely like something we encountered once, long ago, Ironclaw corrected quietly. The magical signature matches records from the chamber opening 50 years past. Harry felt a chill. The chamber? You mean, the Chamber of Secrets, Ragnok confirmed. A hidden place beneath Hogwarts, created by Salazar Slytherin himself. It was opened once before, resulting in a student's death. The culprit was supposedly caught, but certain evidence suggests otherwise. What evidence? Harry asked, leaning forward. The magical resonance, Ironclaw explained. Deep earth magic recognizes its own kind. Whatever force opened the chamber then is stirring now, and probing at goblin defenses. The implications were disturbing. If something was attempting to breach Deepmarket while simultaneously awakening whatever lurked in the legendary Chamber of Secrets, the connection couldn't be coincidental. You should be aware, Ragnok told Harry as the meeting concluded, that your return to Hogwarts may place you in proximity to this threat. We cannot protect you there as we can here. I understand, Harry said, fingering the lightning pendant beneath his robes. But if trouble is coming to Hogwarts, my friends will be in danger. I need to be there. Ragnok nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. Loyalty is valued among goblins as well as wizards. But remember your training, and trust nothing at face value. He hesitated, then added, and perhaps accelerate your investigation of the stone. Its presence at Hogwarts cannot be coincidence either. That night, Harry packed his trunk with greater care than usual, placing several goblin-crafted objects in hidden compartments Griphook had added. The silver knife he'd carried since last summer was joined by a small mirror that allowed limited communication with Deepmarket, a set of detection stones that could identify certain dark enchantments, and a thin silver chain mail glove that could deflect minor curses when worn. As he prepared for bed, he caught his reflection in the mirror and paused, studying himself objectively. The physical changes were evident. He stood taller, his shoulders broader, his movements more purposeful than the scrawny, hesitant boy who'd first entered Gringotts. But the changes went deeper than appearance. He felt different, more balanced between caution and courage, more aware of the complexities behind simple situations. Neither goblin nor wizard and yet both, he murmured, remembering the prophecy's words. Was it truly about him? And if so, what did it mean for his future? Sleep came slowly that night, filled with dreams of underground chambers, giant serpents, and a small black book dripping with ink that turned to blood as it fell upon ancient stones. King's Cross Station buzzed with post-holiday activity as Harry and Griphook made their way to platform 9 3/4. Harry noted at least 6 different Ministry observers attempting to blend with the crowd, their efforts more obvious to him now after Gornik's training in surveillance detection. They're becoming less subtle, Harry observed quietly in gobbledygook. Deliberate intimidation tactics, Griphook replied in the same language. Fudge's administration grows bolder in their anti-goblin stance. They reached the barrier, passing through to find the platform already crowded with returning students. Harry spotted the Weasleys immediately, the cluster of redheads impossible to miss, and waved. "Remember your communication protocols," Griphook said as they prepared to part. "And watch for signs of the chamber's awakening." "I will." Harry clasped Griphook's forearm in the goblin manner. "Strength in separation, power in return. May your gold flow and your enemies fall," Griphook replied, the traditional response carrying extra weight given their recent council discussions. The train journey back to Hogwarts reunited Harry with Ron and Hermione, who bombarded him with questions about his holiday while sharing their own experiences. Hermione's skiing adventure had ended early due to her parents' nervousness on the slopes, while Ron's Christmas at the Burrow had featured the usual Weasley chaos. "Dad was asking loads of questions about you," Ron told him as they shared chocolate frogs. "He's fascinated by the whole goblin guardianship thing. Says it could change wizard-goblin relations forever if it works out." "If?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Ron flushed. "Well, you know, there are people who think it's not right, a wizard being raised by goblins. Stupid, if you ask me, but that's politics." "Speaking of politics," Hermione interjected, "did you see the latest prophet? They're introducing new regulations for magical beings that sound suspiciously targeted at goblins." She produced a slightly crumpled newspaper from her bag, pointing to an article headlined, "Ministry Implements Enhanced Security Measures for Magical Beings." Harry skimmed the article, his jaw tightening as he read about identification requirements and movement restrictions that would primarily affect goblins traveling above ground. "This is because of me," he said quietly. "They're trying to limit goblin influence by restricting their access to the wizard world." "That's ridiculous," Hermione said indignantly. "How can they justify?" "They don't need justification," Harry interrupted, more sharply than he'd intended. "Just power and prejudice." An uncomfortable silence fell, broken by Ron awkwardly changing the subject to Quidditch prospects for the coming term. Harry participated in the lighter conversation, but his mind remained on the Ministry's actions and their potential consequences. Upon arrival at Hogwarts, Harry's attention was immediately drawn to Dumbledore, who watched him with unusual intensity during the welcome feast. The headmaster's gaze seemed to assess, to calculate, in a way that reminded Harry uncomfortably of their confrontation after his initial placement with the goblins. "Potter!" Professor McGonagall called as students began heading to their dormitories. "The headmaster would like a word." "His office, immediately." Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione before following McGonagall through the castle to the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office. "Acid pops," she said, causing the gargoyle to leap aside. "He's expecting you." The rotating staircase delivered Harry to a circular office filled with whirring silver instruments and portraits of previous headmasters. Dumbledore sat behind an enormous desk, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, his expression serene but his eyes sharp. "Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. Please, sit." He gestured to a chair across from him. "I trust you had a pleasant holiday with your goblin guardians?" "Very pleasant, thank you, Professor," Harry replied neutrally, taking the offered seat. "Excellent, excellent." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "I've been corresponding with Chief Ragnok regarding your progress. He speaks very highly of your aptitude." Harry nodded but remained silent, waiting for the real purpose of the meeting to emerge. "I must confess, Harry, that I have concerns." Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Not about your academic achievement, which is exemplary, nor about your social integration, which appears successful. My concerns lie with certain influences that may be shaping your development in ways neither of us fully understand." "Goblin influences, you mean," Harry said directly. "Precisely." Dumbledore didn't bother denying it. "The Goblin nation has its own agenda, its own interests, which may not always align with what is best for you, or indeed, for the wider wizarding world. With respect, Professor, the Dursleys also had their own agenda when raising me. It involved keeping me ignorant, powerless, and miserable." Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. "The Goblins have educated me, strengthened me, and given me a home where I'm valued. Which influence seems healthier? A flash of something, regret? Frustration?" crossed Dumbledore's face. "I have acknowledged my error in placing you with the Dursleys, Harry. An error made with the best of intentions, but an error nonetheless." "Yet you still opposed my goblin guardianship," Harry pointed out. "And now the Ministry implements new restrictions against goblins that seem directly related to my case. The timing is unfortunate," Dumbledore conceded. "But my concerns are not rooted in prejudice, Harry. They stem from historical knowledge and current intelligence about disturbing developments." "What developments?" Dumbledore hesitated, seemingly weighing how much to reveal. "There are forces gathering that seek to disrupt the current balance between magical peoples. Some wish to use your unique position as a wedge to advance agendas that could prove destabilizing." "That's very vague, sir," Harry said. "Necessarily so, I'm afraid." Dumbledore sighed. "But I would ask you to consider this. In the coming months, you may face situations that test your loyalties, your values, and your understanding of who you truly are. When that time comes, remember that appearances can be deceiving, and those who seem to offer the clearest path may in fact be leading you astray." With that cryptic warning, Dumbledore ended the meeting, leaving Harry with more questions than answers as he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. January faded into February, bringing with it an unusual series of events that set the castle abuzz with rumors. First, Argus Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, was found petrified beside a wall bearing an ominous message written in what appeared to be blood: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The school was searched, but no culprit was discovered. Dumbledore assured the students that Professor Sprout was cultivating mandrakes that would eventually restore Mrs. Norris, but the atmosphere of fear remained. Next came the disastrous dueling club meeting where Harry accidentally revealed his Parseltongue ability while preventing a snake from attacking Justin Finch-Fletchley. The revelation turned many students against him, whispering that he must be the heir of Slytherin, despite Ron and Hermione's fierce defense. "Being able to talk to snakes doesn't make you evil," Hermione insisted as they huddled in the library, researching the Chamber of Secrets. "It's just rare." "Not that rare, actually," Harry replied, recalling what Ironheart had taught him about magical languages. "Parseltongue appears in multiple cultures, it's just heavily stigmatized in British wizarding society because of Salazar Slytherin." The attacks continued. Justin himself was petrified next, along with nearly headless Nick, sending waves of panic through the school. Security measures intensified, with students traveling in groups and extracurricular activities curtailed. Through it all, Harry maintained regular communication with Deep Market using the Enchanted Journal. Ragnok's responses grew increasingly concerned as the pattern of petrifications matched historical records of the chamber's previous opening. Harry, the sequence of events you describe aligns precisely with our archives regarding the 1943 incidents. The connection to Slytherin's heir suggests a basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze kills instantly, though indirect sight causes only petrification. This would explain why no victims have died. They all saw the creature through reflective surfaces or through another medium. Your Parseltongue ability may prove crucial. The basilisk would respond to such commands, though I caution against attempting to control it without identifying who currently directs it. Someone, or something, is orchestrating these attacks. We have detected further probing at Deepmarket's outer defenses. The magical signature matches that around Hogwarts. The connection is undeniable, though its purpose remains obscure. Maintain vigilance, especially regarding unusual objects or new possessions among your peers. Slytherin was known for creating enchanted artifacts that could influence behavior. Ragnok, armed with this knowledge, Harry, Ron, and Hermione intensified their investigation, focusing on identifying potential basilisk entry points and strange behaviors among students. Their efforts gained urgency when Hermione herself was petrified in early March, discovered near the library with a mirror in her hand. Examining her rigid form in the hospital wing, Harry noticed something clutched in her petrified hand, a crumpled page apparently torn from a library book. After distracting Madame Pomfrey, he carefully extracted it, finding a description of basilisks with the word "pipes" circled and a note in Hermione's handwriting. It's using the plumbing. Brilliant, Ron breathed when Harry showed him the page. That's how it's moving around undetected. But who's controlling it? The answer came from an unexpected source. While visiting Hermione, Harry noticed a small black diary partially hidden beneath her pillow, one he didn't recognize as hers. Opening it revealed blank pages except for the name, T.M. Riddle, on the inside cover. That's odd, Ron said, examining it. Why would Hermione have someone else's empty diary? When Harry touched the pages, he felt an unmistakable pulse of magic, dark and enticing. With sudden certainty, he knew this object connected to the chamber somehow. We need to test this, he said, retrieving one of the detection stones Griphook had given him. When placed on the diary, the stone immediately turned black and cracked down the middle, a severe reaction indicating powerful dark magic. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. What is that thing? Something dangerous, Harry replied, carefully wrapping the diary in a protective cloth. We need to show this to Dumbledore. But before they could reach the headmaster's office, they overheard a chilling announcement echoing through the corridors: all students return to dormitories immediately. All teachers to the second-floor corridor. Exchanging alarmed glances, Harry and Ron diverted to investigate, reaching the corridor in time to see the faculty gathered before another bloody message on the wall: her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Who is it? Whispered Professor McGonagall, her face ashen. Which student? Ginny Weasley, replied Professor Flitwick, his voice breaking. She didn't report to her last class, and her dormitory shows signs of struggle. Ron's face drained of color. Ginny, he gasped, swaying on his feet. My sister. Harry gripped his friend's arm, his mind racing. The diary, Ginny's disappearance, the basilisk, pieces clicked together with terrifying clarity. I know where the entrance is, he said suddenly, stepping forward from their hiding place. And I think I know what's controlling the basilisk. The professors turned in shock as Harry approached, holding out the wrapped diary. This belonged to T.M. Riddle. It's been influencing Ginny somehow. I found it with Hermione, who must have taken it from Ginny when she realized what it was doing. Dumbledore stepped forward, his eyes intense behind his spectacles. Tom Marvolo Riddle, he said gravely, not touching the diary. A student here 50 years ago, during the last opening of the chamber. He's possessing Ginny through this, Harry continued urgently. And the chamber entrance must be in a bathroom. The plumbing is how the basilisk moves around. Probably Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, since she died during the last opening. The staff stared at him in a mixture of shock and disbelief until Dumbledore spoke. "How do you know this, Harry?" Harry hesitated, torn between the need for urgency and reluctance to reveal his goblin sources. "Research. And information from Deep Market's archives about the previous opening. The Goblins have records of Hogwarts incidents?" Professor McGonagall asked incredulously. "Goblins record everything," Harry replied simply. "But that's not important now. We need to rescue Ginny before it's too late." Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment before nodding decisively. "Minerva, contact the Ministry. Severus, bring your strongest antivenom potions. The rest of you, secure the school." He turned to Harry. "You and Mr. Weasley will remain here. This is a task for qualified wizards." "With respect, Professor," Harry said firmly, "you'll need a Parselmouth to open the chamber. And I've faced Voldemort before." "Voldemort?" Professor Sprout gasped. "What has he who must not be named to do with this?" "Everything," Harry said grimly. "T.M. Riddle is Lord Voldemort. This diary contains a piece of him somehow, that's why it's so powerfully dark." A heavy silence fell as the implications registered. Finally, Dumbledore spoke. "Very well, Harry. You may accompany me and Professor Snape to the entrance, but you will remain behind once we've gained access." Harry knew better than to argue further, for now. They proceeded to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, where the ghost confirmed Harry's theory about her death 50 years ago. "I saw big yellow eyes by that sink," she said, pointing, "and then I died." Harry examined the sink, finding a tiny snake etched into one of the copper taps. Focusing on the serpentine image, he hissed, "Open," in Parseltongue. The sink receded into the floor, revealing a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. Dumbledore peered into the darkness below, his wand illuminating the slimy walls. "I shall go first," he announced. "Severus, you will follow with Harry," and then, a commotion from the corridor interrupted him as Professor McGonagall rushed in, her face grave. "Albus. The Ministry is sending orders, but they're being led by Lucius Malfoy as a school governor. And there's something else. Representatives from Gringotts have arrived at the gates, demanding access under some obscure treaty provision about threats to their wards." The Guardian Clause, Harry realized aloud. When a goblin ward faces mortal peril, goblin warriors can intervene regardless of wizard jurisdiction. "How convenient," Snape drawled, his dark eyes suspicious. "One might almost think this was coordinated." "I assure you, it wasn't," Harry replied coldly. "But we're wasting time. Ginny could be dying while we stand here arguing." Without waiting for permission, Harry stepped forward and jumped into the pipe, sliding into darkness toward the Chamber of Secrets. He heard Dumbledore's frustrated exclamation behind him, followed by the sound of the headmaster following. The pipe twisted and turned, carrying Harry deep beneath the castle until he landed with a thud on a damp stone floor littered with small animal bones. Drawing his wand, he murmured "Lumos," and began moving forward through a tunnel lined with shed basilisk skin. Dumbledore emerged from the pipe moments later, followed by Snape, both looking distinctly displeased with Harry's impulsiveness. "That was exceedingly foolish, Potter," Snape snapped. "We've established I'm a Gryffindor," Harry replied, continuing forward. "Reckless bravery is in the job description." They reached another door, a circular entrance with serpents carved around its edge. Again, Harry used Parseltongue to command it open, revealing the chamber itself, an enormous hall lined with towering pillars carved as serpents, illuminated by an eerie greenish light. At the far end lay a small, red-haired figure sprawled on the floor. And beside her stood a tall, handsome boy of about 16, appearing slightly translucent but growing more solid by the moment. "Ginny!" Harry called, rushing forward despite Dumbledore's warning. "She won't wake," said the boy, Tom Riddle, calmly. "She's still alive, but only just." Harry skidded to a halt, recognizing the danger even as Dumbledore and Snape moved to flank him, wands raised. "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore said gravely. "Or should I say, Lord Voldemort?" Riddle smiled coldly. "Dumbledore. I wondered if you'd come. And Severus Snape, my faithful servant, or so I once thought." His gaze settled on Harry. "But it's you I'm most interested in, Harry Potter. The boy who somehow defeated my older self." "Release Ginny," Harry demanded. "Your quarrel is with me, not her." "Such nobility," Riddle mocked. "But I'm afraid Ginny is essential to my plans. As her life force drains away, mine grows stronger. Soon, I will be fully corporeal again, and Lord Voldemort shall return." "That will not happen, Tom," Dumbledore said, raising his wand. But before he could cast a spell, Riddle spoke in Parseltongue, calling to the basilisk. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." The mouth of the enormous statue at the chamber's end began to open. Harry immediately closed his eyes, remembering the basilisk's lethal gaze, and called out a warning to Dumbledore and Snape. "Don't look at its eyes." What followed was chaos, spells flying blindly as the massive serpent emerged, its scales scraping against stone as it slithered toward them. Harry heard Dumbledore conjuring what sounded like roosters, whose crow was fatal to basilisks, while Snape erected magical barriers to slow the creature's advance. Harry focused on Riddle, knowing he was the real threat. Opening his eyes a fraction to see the floor, he circled toward where he'd last seen Ginny, using the sound of Riddle's mocking laughter to track his position. "You can't fight what you can't see, Potter," Riddle taunted. "And soon my serpent will feast on all of you." The battle seemed hopeless until a burst of flame erupted above them, and a hauntingly beautiful cry echoed through the chamber. Harry risked a glance upward to see Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, soaring toward the basilisk with something clutched in his talons. It was the sorting hat, which Fawkes dropped at Harry's feet before attacking the basilisk's eyes with his sharp talons. The serpent hissed in pain and rage as the phoenix blinded it, eliminating its deadliest weapon. "No matter," Riddle snarled. "It can still smell you, still hear you." Harry grabbed the sorting hat, unsure what to do with it until he felt something heavy form inside. Reaching in, he pulled out a gleaming silver sword with rubies set in its hilt, the sword of Gryffindor. The blinded basilisk lunged toward the sound of Harry's movement, its massive fangs gleaming with venom. Harry dodged, but not quickly enough. One fang grazed his arm, sending burning pain through his body. Still, he managed to thrust the sword upward as the serpent struck again, driving it through the roof of the basilisk's mouth and into its brain. The creature collapsed with a thunderous impact that shook the chamber. Harry staggered toward Ginny and the diary, clutching his wounded arm as the basilisk venom spread through his system. "Impressive," Riddle acknowledged, watching Harry's approach with amusement. "But too late. The venom will kill you within minutes, and once Ginny's life force is completely drained, I will be restored. A fair exchange, I think." Harry dropped to his knees beside Ginny, his vision blurring from the venom. In desperation, he grasped the basilisk fang that had broken off in his arm and, with his remaining strength, plunged it into the heart of the diary. Riddle screamed, a terrible, inhuman sound, as ink erupted from the diary like blood. His form writhed and distorted before exploding into nothingness, leaving only the destroyed diary smoking on the chamber floor. Ginny gasped, color returning to her face as she regained consciousness. But Harry was fading, the venom coursing through his veins, his strength ebbing away despite Dumbledore and Snape rushing to his side. "The pendant," Harry whispered, remembering Ragnok's instructions. With trembling fingers, he grasped the silver lightning bolt beneath his robes. "Ragnok." The pendant glowed with sudden heat, and a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere spoke in gobbledygook, "Blood of my ward calls for aid. The ancient compact is invoked." The last thing Harry saw before losing consciousness was a section of the chamber wall dissolving to reveal a contingent of armored goblins led by Ragnok himself, their weapons gleaming in the eerie light as they surged forward to surround him protectively. Harry awakened to soft amber light and the distant sound of goblin forges, familiar comforts that told him he was in deep market even before he fully regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a healing chamber deep within the Goblin City, surrounded by glowing crystals that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. "You have returned to us, Harry Potter," said Healer Silverfang, appearing at his bedside. Though it was a near thing. Harry tried to sit up, wincing as pain shot through his bandaged arm. "Ginny? The others?" "The Weasley girl lives, thanks to your actions," Silverfang assured him, adjusting his position with surprising gentleness. "Dumbledore and Snape returned to Hogwarts after much discussion with Ragnok. They were not pleased by your removal to Deep Market, but the treaty is clear: when a goblin ward suffers life-threatening injury, goblin healing takes precedence. Basilisk venom has no wizard cure," Harry realized. "Except Phoenix tears, maybe." "Indeed. The headmaster's Phoenix attempted healing before our arrival, but goblin methods were required to fully neutralize the venom." She gestured to his arm, where silver runes had been tattooed along the wound. "Ancient goblin blood magic, permanent, but effective." The door opened to admit Ragnok, accompanied by Grip Hook and, surprisingly, Arthur Weasley, whose worried expression melted into relief at seeing Harry awake. "Harry!" Mr. Weasley exclaimed. "Thank Merlin you're all right. Ginny told us what happened, how you saved her from that diary. We owe you a life debt." "How is she?" Harry asked urgently. "Recovering at St. Mungo's," Mr. Weasley replied. "Physically fine, though the psychological effects of possession may take longer to heal. But the healers are optimistic." "Mr. Weasley has been our guest since yesterday," Ragnok explained, noting Harry's confusion at seeing a wizard in Deep Market. "The first wizard diplomat to officially visit our city in over a century. After what you did for Ginny, the goblins granted me special access," Mr. Weasley elaborated. "It's extraordinary. I had no idea your civilization was so advanced, so complex." "Few wizards do," Ragnok replied dryly. "That is by design." Harry attempted to process everything, his mind still foggy from healing potions. "How long have I been here?" 3 days, Silverfang answered. "The venom was extensively spread before treatment began. Another few minutes would have been fatal." "The wizard world is in quite an uproar," Mr. Weasley added. "The Chamber of Secrets opened," Basilisk confirmed, "you know whose diary, and then goblins storming Hogwarts to claim Harry Potter. It's all rather unprecedented." "Not storming," Ragnok corrected with dignity. "Legally entering under treaty provisions to protect our ward." "Yes, of course," Mr. Weasley amended hastily. Though the Daily Prophet's headline was rather less nuanced. "What happens now?" Harry asked, looking between them. "That," Ragnok said, "is the question we've been negotiating for 3 days. The Ministry demands your return to wizard custody. Dumbledore insists you belong at Hogwarts. We maintain our guardianship rights. The compromise," Mr. Weasley interjected, "is rather elegant, actually. You'll return to Hogwarts to complete the term once Healer Silverfang certifies you fit for travel. But afterward." He glanced at Ragnok. "Afterward," Ragnok continued, "you will undergo the ritual of 2 worlds." "What's that?" Harry asked, though something in him already knew, had perhaps known since reading the prophecy. "A ceremony not performed in 8 centuries, Ragnok explained. "It formally recognizes a being who stands between goblin and wizard societies, binding them to both cultures and granting certain privileges and responsibilities in each. It's traditionally for those of mixed blood," Grip Hook added, speaking for the first time. "But the ancient texts allow for exceptional cases where magic itself has bridged the divide." Harry thought of his silver-tattooed arm, the lightning pendant that had saved his life, the goblin minerals in his blood from years of healing potions. "The prophecy," he whispered. I really am becoming something different, aren't I? You are becoming yourself, Harry Potter, Ragnok said with unusual gentleness. Neither fully wizard nor goblin, but something unique, a bridge between worlds long divided. The Ministry won't like it, Mr. Weasley warned. There are those who fear what this represents, a challenge to the established hierarchy of magical beings. Let them fear, Ragnok replied. The prophecy unfolds as it must. The Silver King rises. Harry looked down at his bandaged arm, where the silver runes peeked from beneath the wrappings. The basilisk venom should have killed him, yet here he sat, alive because of goblin blood magic that no wizard could perform. He had slain Slytherin's monster with Gryffindor's sword, destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul with the basilisk's own fang. Perhaps it was time to stop fighting what he was becoming and embrace it instead. I'll do it, he said, meeting Ragnok's sharp gaze. The ritual of two worlds. If it can help prevent more conflicts like this, more children endangered because wizard and goblin won't work together, then I choose it. Ragnok nodded once, satisfaction evident in his expression. Rest now. Heal. The ritual requires full strength, and the path ahead demands more than you yet know. As they departed, leaving Harry to rest, his thoughts drifted to Hogwarts, to Ron and Hermione, to the students who had feared him as Slytherin's heir, to Dumbledore with his calculating gaze and half-truths. Would they accept what he was becoming? Could they understand his choice to embrace both worlds rather than choosing between them? It wouldn't be easy. The wizard world barely accepted him as Harry Potter, the boy who lived. How would they react to Harry Potter, the goblin wizard, the bridge child of prophecy? But as sleep claimed him once more, Harry found himself strangely at peace. For the first time since learning of magic, of his parents' murder, of his own famous history, he felt like he was moving towards something rather than away from it. Not just surviving, but becoming. The return to Hogwarts a week later was as dramatic as Harry had expected. Students lined the corridors as Professor McGonagall escorted him from the entrance hall to Gryffindor Tower, whispering behind their hands but with awe rather than suspicion in their eyes. The petrified students have all been restored, McGonagall informed him as they walked. Thanks to Professor Sprout's mandrakes. Miss Granger has been particularly anxious about your condition. I'm sure the prophet didn't help, Harry commented dryly. McGonagall's lips thinned. Indeed. Their coverage has been inflammatory. But Albus has done his best to counter the more outrageous claims. The reunion with Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room was emotional, Hermione flinging her arms around him in a tearful hug, Ron clapping him on the back with unusual solemnity. We thought you might not come back, Hermione admitted once they'd retreated to a quiet corner. The papers said the goblins were keeping you, that they'd broken some agreement with Dumbledore. It's complicated, Harry said, unconsciously touching his arm where the silver runes lay hidden beneath his sleeve. But I'm here now. At least until term ends. And then? Ron asked, his expression worried. Dad's been really mysterious about what's happening this summer. Said there's some kind of ritual? Harry nodded, looking between his friends. The ritual of two worlds. It's going to change things. For me, and maybe for Wizard-Goblin relations too. He explained as much as he could about the ritual, about the prophecy, about his evolving magical nature. To his relief, neither Ron nor Hermione reacted with disgust or fear, though Hermione's academic curiosity quickly overwhelmed any other reaction. This is fascinating, she exclaimed. I've read about magical evolution in cross-cultural contexts, but never about a case involving goblins and wizards. The magical theory implications alone are enormous. Leave it to Hermione to see the homework angle, Ron teased, though his expression remained serious. But mate, are you sure about this? Once you do this ritual thing, you can't go back to being just a normal wizard, can you? Harry smiled wryly. When have I ever been a normal wizard, Ron? The final weeks of term passed in a blur of exams, catch-up assignments, and increasingly curious stares from students and faculty alike. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office twice, once to hear a first-hand account of the chamber incident, and once to discuss the upcoming ritual. "I cannot prevent your participation," the headmaster admitted during their second meeting. "The treaty protections are quite clear, and your goblin guardians have legal standing. But I would be remiss in my duty if I did not ensure you understand the consequences of this path." "I believe I do understand, sir," Harry replied. "Do you?" Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. "You will become something unprecedented in modern magical history, Harry. Neither fully accepted in wizard society nor truly goblin. A bridge, yes, but bridges are walked upon from both sides. You will bear the weight of two worlds' expectations. Better that than watching those worlds tear each other apart," Harry said quietly. The chamber was just the beginning, wasn't it? Voldemort will return, and when he does, he'll exploit every division in magical society, including the ancient enmity between wizard and goblin. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. "You have grown wise beyond your years, Harry. I wonder sometimes how much of that is your natural character, and how much is goblin influence." "Does it matter?" Harry asked. "I am who I am because of everything that's shaped me, the Dursleys' cruelty, the goblins' guidance, my friends' loyalty, even your decisions, Professor. I can't separate those influences any more than I can separate the wizard magic from the goblin magic now flowing in my veins." "No, I suppose you cannot." Dumbledore sighed deeply. "Very well. I shall attend the ritual as Hogwarts representative, as Chief Ragnok has requested. Whatever path you choose, Harry, I hope you will remember that Hogwarts remains your home as much as Deep Market." As the Hogwarts Express carried students home for the summer, Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny, watching the Scottish countryside roll past. Ginny had been quiet since her ordeal in the chamber, but she'd insisted on joining them, her eyes occasionally finding Harry's with a mixture of gratitude and something like awe. "Will we see you before next term?" Neville asked as they approached London. "Gran said she'd like to invite you to visit, especially after what you did for Ginny." "I'm not sure," Harry admitted. "The ritual preparation takes several weeks, and afterward, well, I don't know exactly what happens afterward." "You'll write though, won't you?" Hermione pressed. "I want to hear everything about the ritual, all the details." "Everything I'm allowed to share," Harry promised. "Some goblin ceremonies are private." As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry spotted an unusual welcoming committee on the platform, Griphook in his wizard disguise, standing beside Arthur Weasley and, surprisingly, Neville's formidable grandmother in her vulture-topped hat. "Quite the diplomatic delegation," Ron observed. "Dad said the ministry's been in an uproar about all this. Fudge wanted to send Aurors to escort you." "I'd like to see them try," Harry said with a smile that showed perhaps a bit more goblin sharpness than he'd intended. Goodbyes were exchanged on the platform, Hermione hugging him fiercely, Ron clapping him on the shoulder with a promise to see him on the other side of all this goblin business, and Neville shyly offering his family's support, whatever happens. Griphook led Harry through the barrier to the Muggle side of the station, where they were joined by several goblin guards under such perfect glamours that even Harry had trouble identifying them in the crowd. "The ritual preparations begin tonight," Griphook informed him as they entered a black car with tinted windows. "The summer solstice approaches, the optimal time for magic that bridges realms." "Will it hurt?" Harry asked, voicing the question he'd been avoiding. Griphook's expression was unreadable. "All transformation involves pain, Harry Potter. But you have endured worse and emerged stronger." As the car pulled away from King's Cross, Harry looked back at the station where his journey had begun nearly 2 years ago, a scared, lonely boy with taped glasses and no knowledge of his heritage. Now he moved toward a future no one could have predicted, carrying the hopes of 2 magical peoples and the weight of an ancient prophecy. The silver runes on his arm tingled as if in response to his thoughts, a reminder of the basilisk venom that should have killed him but instead had become part of his transformation. Whatever came next, ministry opposition, public scrutiny, or even Voldemort's eventual return, Harry Potter, heir of two worlds, would face it not alone but with the strength of both his goblin guardians and his wizard friends. The road ahead might be uncertain, but for the first time, Harry felt truly ready to walk it. Chapter 3: The Goblin King Rises. Silver moonlight bathed the ancient stone circle hidden deep beneath London. 7 towering pillars of obsidian ringed a central dais carved with runes so old they predated both modern goblin script and wizard Latin. Harry stood at the center, barefoot on cool stone, dressed in ceremonial robes that combined wizard and goblin elements, emerald green silk embroidered with silver thread in patterns that shifted like living things when the light touched them. The solstice moon reaches its zenith in 3 minutes, intoned Ironheart, the scholarly goblin now serving as ritual master. Are you prepared, Harry Potter? Harry took a deep breath, steadying himself. For 2 weeks, he had undergone intensive preparations, ritual fasting, magical purification, and hours of meditation to harmonize the wizard and goblin magics now flowing through his veins. I am ready, he replied, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. Around the circle's perimeter stood witnesses from both worlds, Ragnok and the Goblin clan leaders on one side, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Arthur Weasley on the other. The Weasley family had been granted special permission to attend, along with Hermione, whose academic knowledge of magical rituals had earned her a place despite ministry objections. As the moon reached its peak position, visible through a precisely aligned shaft in the cavern's ceiling, Ironheart raised his hands. 7 goblin metalsmiths stepped forward, each bearing a different metal: gold, silver, copper, iron, bronze, platinum, and a 7th metal that gleamed with an otherworldly blue light. Mithril, Hermione whispered to Ron, awestruck. True silver from the deep mines. I thought it was just a legend. These 7 metals represent the foundations of goblin magic, Ironheart announced, his voice carrying through the chamber. Each shall be bound to the candidate's magic to forge the bridge between worlds. The metalsmiths approached one by one, each pressing their metal to a different point on Harry's body: forehead, throat, heart, both hands, and both feet. Where the metals touched, they seemed to melt into his skin, leaving behind shimmering tattoos that pulsed with inner light. Harry gasped as each metal made contact, feeling his magic respond, expanding, transforming, integrating the new elements into his core. It wasn't painful exactly, but the sensation of magical restructuring was intense, like having his very essence rewritten. When the 7th smith pressed the mithril to Harry's forehead, directly over his lightning scar, a blinding flash erupted. Harry cried out as white-hot magic surged through him, centered on his scar. For a moment, everyone in the chamber heard a terrible, high-pitched scream that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Dumbledore stepped forward in alarm, but Ragnok raised a hand to halt him. Do not interfere. An unexpected cleansing occurs. The pain peaked, then suddenly vanished as a small, dark, oily substance leaked from Harry's scar, sizzling when it hit the stone dais before evaporating into nothing. Harry swayed on his feet, suddenly feeling lighter than he had in years, as though something had been lifted from him that he hadn't even known he was carrying. Remarkable, breathed Dumbledore, his expression a mixture of shock and profound relief. The ritual expelled it. Before Harry could ask what it was, Ironheart continued the ceremony, directing him to kneel as Ragnok approached bearing a silver circlet set with emeralds and diamonds. With this crown, forged in goblin fires and blessed by wizard magic, we mark you as a bridge child, heir to 2 traditions, beholden to both and yet free to forge a new path between them. Ragnok placed the circlet on Harry's head. Rise, Harry Potter, first Thane of the 2 realms. As Harry stood, the metal tattoos flared brilliantly, sending ribbons of colored light spiraling around the chamber. The magic built to a crescendo before settling into his body, the glow fading but leaving behind a subtle shimmer to his skin, like sunlight through water. It is done, Ironheart proclaimed. The bridge is formed. In the silence that followed, Harry felt the changes within himself. His magical core expanded and transformed, thrumming with new potential. His senses seemed sharper. He could feel the metal veins running through the surrounding stone, sensed the distinct magical signatures of everyone present. Dumbledore was the first to approach, blue eyes studying Harry with fascinated concern. "How do you feel, Harry?" "Different," Harry said honestly. "But, right. Like something that was disjointed has finally aligned properly." He turned to Ragnok. "What was that thing in my scar?" "The dark substance?" A significant look passed between Ragnok and Dumbledore before the goblin leader answered. "A magical parasite. A fragment of dark magic left by Voldemort's attack. We suspected its presence but could not safely remove it until now. The ritual's purification aspect was stronger than anticipated," Dumbledore added. "A fortunate development indeed." Harry had the distinct impression there was much more to this revelation than either was saying, but before he could press further, the chamber filled with the sound of goblin horns, deep, resonant notes announcing the ritual's completion to all of Deep Market. The formality of the ceremony gave way to a more celebratory atmosphere as goblin musicians entered, playing instruments Harry had come to recognize during his time in the underground city: crystalline chimes, deep drums carved from ancient stone, and pipes made from rare metals that produced hauntingly beautiful melodies. As Harry moved among the gathered witnesses, accepting congratulations, he noticed how the goblin attendees treated him with a new deference, while the wizards watched him with expressions ranging from wonder to unease. "You're glowing, mate," Ron said when Harry reached his friends. "Like, actually glowing." "It should fade over the next few days," Harry explained, having been briefed on the ritual's effects. "Though some physical changes will remain." "You look taller," Hermione observed, studying him with academic interest. "And your eyes are more vibrant, almost luminous." "I feel different too," Harry admitted. "More connected to things. I can sense the metal in your necklace, Hermione, and the enchantments on Dumbledore's robes, and—" He trailed off, realizing how alien he must sound. "Wicked," Ron whispered, impressed rather than disturbed. "So, what happens now? Are you still coming back to Hogwarts in September?" "Of course," Harry assured him. "I'm still a wizard student. This doesn't change that. But I'll have additional responsibilities to the Goblin Nation too. I'm their Thane now, a kind of representative to the wizard world." "The Ministry's going to have kittens," Ginny said, speaking up for the first time. She'd been quiet through the ceremony, watching Harry with those intense brown eyes. "Dad says Fudge is already panicking about what this means politically." "Let him panic," Harry said with a shrug. "The treaty protections are clear. They can't interfere with goblin customs regarding their wards." "Mr. Potter," Professor McGonagall approached, her expression softening as she regarded him. "A remarkable ceremony. Your parents would be proud of the bridge you're building." "Do you really think so, Professor?" Harry asked, suddenly vulnerable. "Sometimes I wonder what they would think of all this." "Lily was always fascinated by different magical cultures," McGonagall said, surprising him with this glimpse of his mother. "And James, for all his pranking, had a deep sense of justice. They would understand your path, I believe." As the celebration continued, Harry found himself drawn into a conversation with Dumbledore, who had been watching the proceedings with thoughtful eyes. "The expulsion of that fragment was most fortuitous," the headmaster said quietly, leading Harry to a more private corner. "It may have consequences even beyond what you currently realize." "What was it, really?" Harry pressed. "Not just a magical parasite, I think." Dumbledore hesitated. "We have suspected, Ragnok and I, that when Voldemort attacked you as an infant, a piece of his shattered soul attached itself to you through that scar. A horrific form of dark magic called a Horcrux, though an accidental one." Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the chamber. "I had a piece of Voldemort inside me. For all these years?" "I believe so. and its removal may significantly weaken his potential for return. Dumbledore's expression was grave. This is not knowledge to be shared widely, Harry. But you deserve to understand what occurred here tonight. The implications were staggering. Harry looked down at his hands, where the silver and gold tattoos from the ritual still shimmered faintly. Is that why I could speak Parseltongue? Because of that fragment? Perhaps, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though we shall have to see if that ability remains. Some talents, once awakened, persist regardless of their original source. The conversation was interrupted by Ragnok, who approached with uncharacteristic urgency. Albus, a word. Ministry representatives have arrived at the main Gringotts entrance, demanding access to Deep Market and an immediate meeting with Harry Potter. Cornelius Fudge himself, accompanied by Dolores Umbridge and 2 Aurors. Dumbledore's expression darkened. The timing suggests they were informed about tonight's ceremony. Precisely, Ragnok agreed. Someone among your witnesses, perhaps. Harry thought immediately of Percy Weasley, who had been invited with his family but whose ambition and ministry connections might have prompted him to alert officials. The older Weasley boy had been noticeably quiet during the ceremony, observing everything with a calculating eye. What do they want? Harry asked. To assert ministry authority over you, Ragnok said bluntly. Fudge claims the ritual constitutes a magical binding contract that should have had ministry approval given your status as a wizard citizen. That's absurd, Hermione interjected, having overheard as she approached. Goblin guardianship rights explicitly include cultural and magical education. I researched it thoroughly. Legal precedent supports Miss Granger's assessment, Dumbledore confirmed. But Cornelius has never been one to let facts interfere with politics. We should meet them, Harry decided. Hiding will only make it seem like we've done something wrong. Ragnok studied Harry with newfound respect. A diplomatic approach. Very well. But we meet them on our terms, in the treaty chamber at Gringotts. Not here in Deep Market's heart. The journey to Gringotts' formal meeting rooms took them through passages Harry had rarely seen, goblin-only shortcuts that bypassed the main bank entirely. As they walked, Harry felt his new magical senses mapping the tunnels, instinctively understanding the security enchantments and directional markers embedded in the stone. The treaty chamber proved to be a magnificent room with equal elements of goblin and wizard architecture, soaring columns of marble alongside precisely carved stone bearing goblin runes. A massive table of polished obsidian dominated the center, with chairs sized for both species. Minister Fudge was already seated, his lime-green bowler hat on the table before him, his face flushed with impatience. Beside him sat Dolores Umbridge, a squat, toad-like woman dressed in pink, whose expression of saccharine sweetness failed to mask the malice in her eyes. 2 Aurors stood at attention behind them, Kingsley Shacklebolt, whom Harry didn't recognize at the time, and a younger woman with a heart-shaped face who would later introduce herself as Tonks. Ah, Dumbledore, there you are, Fudge began irritably before his eyes widened at the sight of Harry. Good heavens! What have you done to the boy? Harry was suddenly conscious of his appearance, the ritual robes, the fading but still visible metal tattoos, the silver circlet, and the subtle glow that continued to emanate from his skin. Minister Fudge, Harry greeted him calmly, taking a seat across the table. I've participated in a traditional goblin ceremony acknowledging my dual status under the Treaty of Silverhammer. Nothing illegal or harmful has occurred. Umbridge gave a little cough. Hem. Young man, you are a wizard citizen subject to ministry laws regarding magical contracts and bindings. This ceremony appears to have permanently altered your magical nature without proper oversight. The Treaty of 1612 explicitly grants Goblin Guardians the right to include their wards in all cultural practices, Ragnok countered smoothly. The ritual of 2 worlds falls within that provision. Ridiculous. Fudge spluttered. That treaty never contemplated magical alterations of this magnitude. The boy is glowing, for Merlin's sake. A temporary effect, Dumbledore assured him. The substantive changes are well within established parameters for adaptive magical development. The debate continued for nearly an hour, growing increasingly heated as Umbridge cited obscure ministry regulations while Ragnok countered with equally obscure treaty clauses. Harry, however, found himself distracted by a new awareness. He could sense the magical signatures of everyone present, including the distinct flavor of untruth emanating from Umbridge whenever she spoke. "You're lying," he said suddenly, interrupting her mid-sentence about proper wizard development. The room fell silent as Umbridge's face contorted with outrage. "I beg your pardon." "Your magic carries the taint of deliberate deception," Harry explained, surprising himself with the certainty of his perception. "You know the treaty provisions support my goblin guardian's rights, but you're deliberately misrepresenting them." "How dare," Umbridge began, but Fudge placed a restraining hand on her arm, studying Harry with new wariness. "What exactly has this ritual done to you, Potter?" he asked carefully. "Enhanced my magical perception, among other things," Harry replied honestly. "I can now sense certain magical properties that were previously hidden to me." The female Auror, Tonks, leaned forward slightly, her eyes bright with interest, while Shacklebolt maintained a professional neutrality that nonetheless couldn't hide his fascination. "Minister," Dumbledore interjected gently, "I believe we are approaching this from the wrong direction. Rather than seeing Harry's development as a threat to ministry authority, perhaps consider the diplomatic opportunity it represents. For the first time in centuries, we have someone who can truly understand and communicate across the Wizard-Goblin divide." Fudge frowned, political calculations clearly running behind his eyes. "The public won't like it. A magically altered boy who lived with divided loyalties." "My loyalty is to peace and cooperation between magical peoples," Harry stated firmly. "Isn't that supposed to be the ministry's goal as well?" A tense silence followed before Fudge sighed heavily. "Very well. I won't challenge the ritual's validity for now. But the ministry will be monitoring this situation closely, Potter. Any sign that these changes pose a threat to wizard security, and we will take action." "That seems reasonable," Harry agreed, ignoring Umbridge's sour expression and Ragnok's barely concealed contempt for the minister's implied threat. As the meeting concluded, Harry caught Tonks watching him with undisguised curiosity. She winked when their eyes met, her hair briefly shifting from brown to pink before she controlled it again. A metamorphmagus, Harry realized, someone who understood better than most what it meant to have an unusual magical nature. Later, as they returned to Deep Market, Ragnok expressed grudging approval of Harry's handling of the confrontation. "You showed restraint and diplomacy, valuable traits in a Thane. But remember, the ministry's cooperation is conditional at best. Fudge fears what he cannot control, and you, Harry Potter, have become decidedly uncontrollable." "Not uncontrollable," Harry corrected. "Just not exclusively theirs to control. There's a difference." Ragnok's sharp teeth gleamed in a rare smile. "Indeed there is. And that difference may prove crucial in the times ahead." The remainder of summer passed in intensive training as Harry learned to harness his enhanced magical abilities. The ritual had fundamentally transformed his magical core, integrating goblin magic with his wizard inheritance in ways that produced unexpected effects. His spellcasting, when using his wand, now carried metallic undertones, transfigurations often resulting in objects with silvery or golden sheens, charms manifesting with unusual solidity and permanence. More significantly, he discovered he could perform limited wandless magic of the kind goblins specialized in, manipulating metals, sensing magical properties in objects, and detecting falsehoods. "Your magic recognizes no artificial boundaries," Brighthammer explained during one training session. "Wizard children are taught that magic comes in distinct categories: transfiguration, charms, potions. Goblin children learn that magic flows from connection to material and intent. You now bridge these approaches. Physical changes accompanied the magical ones." The ritual's glow had faded as predicted, but Harry's eyes remained unnaturally bright, the green more vibrant, with flecks of gold visible in certain lights. He'd grown several inches over the summer, his frame filling out with wiry strength. His movements had acquired the economy and precision characteristic of goblins, while his reflexes had sharpened beyond even his previous seeker's instincts. Most noticeably to those who knew him well, his lightning scar had faded significantly, now a thin silver line rather than the angry red mark it had been since infancy. The parasitic fragment maintained the scar's prominence, Ragnok explained when Harry questioned this change. Without it, your body's natural healing accelerates, supported by the goblin minerals in your blood. A week before his return to Hogwarts, the Daily Prophet published a front-page article that sent ripples through the wizarding community. Sirius Black escapes Azkaban. Notorious mass murderer at large Sirius Black, perhaps the most infamous prisoner ever held in Azkaban Fortress, has escaped from the high-security prison. The Ministry of Magic confirmed Black's escape yesterday, appealing to the wizarding community for any information that could help recapture him. "We are doing all we can to recapture Black," said the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, "and we beg the magical community to remain calm." Fudge has been criticized for failing to inform the Muggle Prime Minister of Black's escape, as the dangerous wizard could seek refuge in the Muggle community. "We're not at liberty to discuss the search protocols in place," a ministry spokesman declared. However, the magical community should be reassured that special precautions have been implemented around Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, as Black may target specific individuals connected to his original crimes. The article sparked intense discussion in Deep Market, particularly when Harry revealed what little he knew about Sirius Black from overheard conversations at Hogwarts. "He was supposedly my parents' friend," Harry explained to Ragnok during an emergency council meeting. "But he betrayed them to Voldemort and then killed 13 people with a single curse." "Curious," Ironclaw, the scholarly goblin, mused. The goblin records from that period indicate inconsistencies in Black's case. No trial transcript exists in our archives, despite our agreement with the Wizard-Goblin to maintain duplicate records of all major criminal proceedings. "Are you suggesting he wasn't properly tried?" Harry asked, surprised. "It is possible," Ragnok admitted cautiously. "The aftermath of Voldemort's fall was chaotic. Many Death Eaters were sentenced rapidly, some without full evidentiary hearings. But if he killed 13 people in broad daylight," Harry began. "There would still be protocols to follow," Ironclaw insisted. "And Gringotts maintained active accounts for the Black family that were never seized as they would be for a convicted Death Eater." This revelation troubled Harry deeply. If there were inconsistencies in Black's case, what else might be uncertain about the man supposedly hunting him? The final days before term began brought another surprise. Arthur Weasley arranged a private meeting with Harry and Ragnok, arriving at Gringotts with uncharacteristic formality. "The ministry doesn't know I'm here," he confided once they were securely in Ragnok's office. "But as the father of Harry's closest friend, I felt obligated to share certain information that's being deliberately withheld." "Go on," Ragnok encouraged, signaling for privacy wards to activate around the office. "Sirius Black is believed to be targeting Harry specifically," Mr. Weasley revealed, his normally cheerful face grave. Fudge visited Azkaban shortly before the escape and reported that Black had been muttering, "He's at Hogwarts" repeatedly in his sleep. Harry felt a chill. Why wouldn't they tell me this directly? "Politics," Mr. Weasley said disgustedly. "Fudge doesn't want to acknowledge any special threat to you because it would require explaining why Black might target you specifically. And that would mean revealing connections the ministry would rather keep quiet." "What connections?" Harry pressed. Mr. Weasley hesitated before answering. "Sirius Black was your godfather, Harry. Your parents' choice to raise you if anything happened to them." The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. His godfather, someone his parents had trusted above all others, had betrayed them to their deaths and now apparently sought to complete Voldemort's work by killing Harry too. "This changes our security protocols," Ragnok stated flatly. "The Hogwarts protections must be supplemented. The ministry is sending Dementors to guard the school, Mr. Weasley informed them. Though Dumbledore is furious about it, fought against it in the Wizard-Goblin, but was overruled. Dementors? Harry asked, unfamiliar with the term. The guards of Azkaban, Ragnok explained, his disgust evident. Soul-feeding creatures that drain happiness and, in extreme cases, consume a person's soul entirely. Naturally, the Ministry considers them appropriate guards for children. There's more, Mr. Weasley continued reluctantly. The Ministry has placed monitoring charms on your magical signature, Harry. Officially to alert them if Black approaches you, but actually to track my movements and magic use, Harry finished, feeling his anger rise. Especially after the ritual. Mr. Weasley nodded uncomfortably. I'm sorry. I disagreed with the decision but was overruled. I thought you should know. We appreciate your integrity, Arthur Weasley, Ragnok said formally. The Goblin Nation recognizes your act of friendship toward our Thane. After Mr. Weasley departed, Harry and Ragnok developed additional security measures for his return to Hogwarts. Beyond the communication pendant and goblin-crafted protective items Harry already carried, Ragnok insisted on more active protocols. A rotating security detail will maintain position in Hogsmeade Village, Ragnok decided. And will establish emergency extraction points within the castle itself, locations where goblin magic can penetrate Hogwarts wards if you activate your pendant. Dumbledore won't like that, Harry pointed out. Dumbledore needn't know unless the measures are required, Ragnok countered with goblin practicality. Your safety takes precedence over wizard sensibilities about their territorial boundaries. The final night before Harry's return to Hogwarts, a special council meeting was held in Deepmarket's Great Chamber. All 7 clan leaders gathered, along with representatives from goblin communities throughout Britain, to formally recognize Harry's new status as Thane. Standing before them in formal robes, the silver circlet gleaming on his brow, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders, not unwelcome, but significant. These were his people now, as much as the wizards of Hogwarts. Their welfare, their rights, their future had become intrinsically linked with his own. Harry Potter, first Thane of the 2 realms, Ragnok proclaimed, his voice echoing through the vast chamber. You return tomorrow to the wizard world as our representative. What pledge do you make to the Goblin Nation? Harry stepped forward, speaking the words he had carefully prepared. I pledge to honor both halves of my heritage, to seek justice where there has been wrongdoing, to build bridges where there have been walls, and to remember always that strength flows from unity, not division. His voice strengthened as he continued, the metal tattoos from the ritual briefly shimmering beneath his robes. I am neither goblin nor wizard alone, but something new, a bridge between ancient enemies, a voice for cooperation in times of coming darkness. This I swear by silver and gold, by stone and sky, by the magic that flows through both our peoples. As he finished speaking, the gathered goblins struck their weapons against the stone floor in rhythmic approval, a sound like thunder rolling through the underground city. In that moment, Harry knew his life had changed irrevocably. Whatever came next, Sirius Black, Ministry interference, or even Voldemort's eventual return, he would face it not just as Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but as something unprecedented in magical history. The Bridge Child of Prophecy had taken his first true steps toward destiny. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with the usual start-of-term excitement, though Harry noticed immediately how the crowd parted around him as he arrived with Griphook. Parents pulled children closer, conversations faltered, and eyes widened at his appearance. Though he wore standard Hogwarts robes, the changes wrought by the ritual remained evident, his increased height, his more fluid movements, the unusual brightness of his eyes, and the silver circlet he'd been instructed to wear as a symbol of his Thane status. They'll adjust, Griphook said dismissively, noting Harry's awareness of the stairs. Wizard memory is short when convenience demands it. The Weasleys converged on them moments later, creating a welcome buffer of normalcy with their familiar chaos. Mrs. Weasley hugged Harry fiercely, whispering, "You look wonderful, dear," while the twins immediately began speculating about whether his goblin powers would help Gryffindor win the Quidditch Cup. Only Percy held back, his expression carefully neutral as he observed the interaction. Harry caught his eye briefly, detecting the distinct magical signature of conflicted loyalties, Percy's ambition warring with his family connections. "Be well, Harry Potter," Griphook said formally as Harry prepared to board the train. "Remember your training and your commitments." "Strength in separation, power in return," Harry replied in gobbledygook, clasping Griphook's forearm in the traditional manner. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found an otherwise empty compartment occupied only by a sleeping man in shabby robes. Professor R.J. Lupin, Hermione identified, pointing to his battered suitcase. "How do you know everything?" Ron demanded. "It's on his case," she replied with dignified patience before turning to Harry. "The circlet is beautiful. Are you required to wear it all the time?" Harry touched the silver band self-consciously. "For formal occasions and initial introductions. It identifies my status to both wizards and goblins." "Well, it looks bloody impressive," Ron assured him. "Though I bet Malfoy will have something nasty to say about it." "Malfoy is the least of my concerns," Harry said, surprising himself with how truly he meant it. The ritual had shifted his perspective in unexpected ways. Petty school rivalry seemed insignificant compared to the larger conflicts brewing beneath the surface of the magical world. As the train pulled away from London, Harry brought his friends up to date on everything that had happened since the ritual, his enhanced abilities, the Ministry's reaction, and the revelations about Sirius Black. Both listened with rapt attention, though their reactions differed characteristically. "The magical theory implications are fascinating," Hermione said eagerly. "A true hybrid magical core has never been documented before. You should keep detailed notes on how your spellcasting differs from standard wizard magic." "Forget the theory," Ron countered. "Can you actually sense when people are lying? Because that would be dead useful for exams." "It's not that simple," Harry explained. "I don't read minds. I just sense discordance in someone's magical signature when they deliberately deceive. And only when the deception matters to them emotionally." Their conversation was interrupted when the train suddenly began to slow, eventually grinding to a complete halt with a jolt that woke Professor Lupin. Outside the windows, darkness fell as all the lamps extinguished. "What's going on?" Ron asked nervously. "We can't be there yet," Hermione said, checking her watch. Harry felt it before he saw anything, a creeping cold that seemed to penetrate beyond flesh into his very soul. His enhanced magical senses screamed warning as frost crystallized across the compartment windows and a deep, rattling breath sounded from the corridor. The compartment door slid slowly open to reveal a towering, hooded figure. Its face remained hidden, but a gray, scabbed hand protruded from its cloak. As it drew another rattling breath, Harry felt happiness draining from him, replaced by a bone-deep chill. Worse than the cold was the sudden flood of memories, his mother's screams, Voldemort's high-pitched laugh, green light flashing, but now with new clarity, as if the ritual had sharpened even these buried recollections. "Expecto Patronum!" Professor Lupin shouted, his wand producing a silver-white mist that drove the creature, a Dementor, Harry realized, back into the corridor. As Harry fought to remain conscious against the onslaught of horrific memories, something unexpected happened. The metal tattoos from the ritual flared to life beneath his robes, particularly the gold over his heart and the silver at his temples. A shield of intertwined silver and gold light manifested around him, pushing back against the Dementor's influence. The creature paused in apparent confusion before Professor Lupin's spell forced it to retreat entirely. As the lights returned and warmth began to seep back into the compartment, Harry found his friends and Lupin staring at him in astonishment. "What was that?" Ron demanded, wide-eyed. "I believe," Lupin said carefully, handing Harry a piece of chocolate, "that we just witnessed a previously undocumented interaction between Dementor magic and, whatever magical protections you now carry, Mr. Potter." Harry accepted the chocolate gratefully, feeling warmth spread through him as he ate it. The ritual included protective elements, he explained between bites. 7 metals bound to 7 points of magical focus in my body. They appear to respond automatically to certain threats. Remarkable, Lupin murmured, studying Harry with intense interest. Your godfa, he stopped abruptly, then continued, that is, I've never seen anything quite like it. The slip wasn't lost on Harry, who suddenly realized that this professor might have connections to his parents' era, might even have known Sirius Black personally. Before he could pursue this line of questioning, however, Lupin excused himself to check on other students affected by the Dementors. Did you hear them too? Harry asked his friends once Lupin had gone. My parents, I mean. My mother screaming as Voldemort killed her? Their shocked expressions answered before their words could. No one was screaming, Harry, Hermione said gently. But Dementors force you to relive your worst memories. For you. I heard my mother begging Voldemort not to kill me, Harry said quietly. Offering herself instead. I've never remembered it so clearly before. The rest of the journey passed in subdued conversation. When they finally reached Hogsmeade Station, Harry spotted several individuals who didn't quite fit with the rest of the crowd, goblins under glamour charms, maintaining the security perimeter Ragnok had promised. The welcome feast brought the expected reactions to Harry's changed appearance and formal circlet. Students whispered behind their hands, some pointing openly, while the faculty displayed varying degrees of surprise or concern. Dumbledore, however, seemed unperturbed, greeting Harry with a respectful nod that acknowledged his new status without drawing further attention to it. Professor McGonagall pulled Harry aside briefly before he joined the Gryffindor table. The headmaster asked me to inform you that your status as Thane has been officially recognized by Hogwarts, she said briskly. You'll find your dormitory arrangements have been modified slightly to accommodate certain cultural requirements. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied, touched by this unexpected accommodation. The modifications proved to be a small private room adjacent to but connected with the Gryffindor third-year boys' dormitory, allowing Harry both community with his housemates and the privacy required for certain goblin meditation practices and security protocols. Wicked, Ron commented, examining the space. Though I bet Malfoy will claim you're getting special treatment. Let him, Harry said with a shrug. My circumstances are unique. There's no precedent for someone in my position. As he unpacked his trunk that night, placing goblin artifacts and communication devices in precisely arranged positions around the room, Harry reflected on how profoundly his life had changed in just 2 years. From an unwanted burden at the Dursleys to a wizard student to now a bridge figure between two magical societies, each transition bringing new challenges but also a clearer sense of purpose. The silver circlet caught the moonlight as he placed it on its ceremonial stand. Tomorrow would bring classes, questions, and undoubtedly some conflict as the Hogwarts community adjusted to his transformation. But for tonight, Harry Potter, wizard student and goblin Thane, allowed himself to simply rest in the knowledge that for perhaps the first time in his life, he was exactly where and what he was meant to be. The first weeks of term established new patterns for Harry, both academically and socially. In classes, his enhanced magical abilities manifested in ways that alternately impressed and unsettled his professors. Professor Flitwick, part goblin himself, showed particular interest in Harry's unique casting style. The metallic undertones in your charms work are fascinating, Mr. Potter, the tiny professor commented after Harry's freezing charm produced ice crystals with a distinctive silver sheen. It resembles ancient forms of magic that integrated material components directly into spellcasting. Professor McGonagall likewise noted the changes in his transfiguration work, though with more reserved assessment. Your transformations are unusually permanent, Potter. While impressive, I must remind you that the standard curriculum requires reversible transfigurations for safety reasons. Most dramatic was potions, where Harry's new ability to sense magical properties in ingredients fundamentally changed his approach. Where once he had struggled to follow Snape's terse instructions, he now worked with intuitive understanding of how components interacted, often modifying the standard processes in ways that improved results. Snape observed these changes with narrowed eyes, his customary disdain tempered by reluctant fascination. During one particularly successful brewing session, he paused beside Harry's cauldron, studying the perfectly shimmering shrinking solution. "You've deviated from the instructions, Potter," he noted quietly. "Yes, sir," Harry acknowledged. The Valerian root had unusually high potency. "I adjusted the stirring pattern to compensate." "And how, precisely, did you determine this potency without testing equipment?" "I can sense it," Harry replied simply. "The magical signature of the ingredients and how they harmonize, or don't." Snape's expression remained unreadable, but his magical signature betrayed complex emotions, academic interest warring with deep-seated prejudice. 5 points to Gryffindor, he finally said, so quietly only Harry could hear, before moving away quickly as if regretting the momentary lapse in animosity. Socially, Harry's transformation created new dynamics among his peers. Many Gryffindors initially walked on eggshells around him, uncertain how to treat someone who now straddled two magical worlds. The awkwardness faded as Harry deliberately maintained his usual friendships and activities, joining pick-up Quidditch games and helping with homework as he always had. "You're still just Harry to us," Neville assured him one evening in the common room. "Just, Harry with cool goblin tattoos and a silver crown thing." Not everyone adjusted so easily. Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cohort oscillated between mockery and wary distance, uncertain how to approach someone who now carried both the Potter name and formal goblin status. "Does the Goblin Prince need special accommodations for his royal nap time?" Malfoy called across the courtyard one afternoon, though the usual venom in his voice was diluted by visible uncertainty as he eyed the silver circlet Harry wore. "Thane, not Prince," Harry corrected calmly. "And the position is earned, not inherited, a concept some families might benefit from understanding." The subtle dig at pure-blood inheritance traditions wasn't lost on the Slytherin, whose face flushed with anger. But before he could respond, Professor Lupin approached, effectively ending the confrontation. "Mr. Potter, a word about that extra reading I assigned," the defense professor requested, leading Harry away. Once out of earshot, he added, impressive restraint. "Your father would have hexed him on the spot for less." "You knew my father well?" Harry asked, seizing the opening. Lupin's expression softened with old grief. "James Potter was one of my dearest friends at Hogwarts. As was your mother, in later years." He hesitated before continuing. "I've been meaning to speak with you privately about recent developments. My office, perhaps, this evening after dinner?" The meeting with Lupin proved illuminating in unexpected ways. The professor's shabby office contained few personal items but many fascinating dark creatures in tanks and cages, creating an atmosphere both scholarly and slightly wild. "I won't insult your intelligence by pretending I don't know about your godfather's escape," Lupin began once they were seated with tea. "Nor will I pretend I didn't know Sirius Black personally. We were friends, once, part of the same close-knit group that included your parents. You, my father, my mother, Sirius Black," Harry enumerated. "And Peter Pettigrew, who Black murdered." "Yes," Lupin confirmed, though something flickered in his magical signature that caught Harry's attention, not deception exactly, but reservation, as if he held back pieces of the story. "We were inseparable at Hogwarts." Which made Sirius's betrayal all the more devastating. "The Goblins found inconsistencies in his case," Harry said carefully, watching Lupin's reaction. "No trial transcript exists in their records." Lupin's teacup paused halfway to his lips. "I wasn't aware of that. Though the evidence seemed overwhelming at the time. 12 Muggles dead, Peter reduced to a finger, and Sirius laughing madly at the scene." Again, that flicker in his magical signature, doubt, perhaps, or suppressed questions. Harry pressed further. Did Black show any signs of turning to Voldemort before my parents' deaths? Any warning signs you missed? None, Lupin admitted, setting down his cup. Which haunts me to this day. He was fiercely loyal to your father, they were like brothers. His hatred of dark magic and pure-blood supremacy seemed absolute. His own family disowned him for rejecting their values. The professor sighed heavily. It made no sense then. It makes no sense now. Unless there's more to the story, Harry suggested quietly. Lupin studied him with renewed intensity. The goblin influence has changed you in more ways than the physical, I think. You see beyond surfaces, question established narratives. A sad smile touched his lips. Your mother would approve. Lily never accepted anything at face value either. Their conversation shifted to Harry's parents, stories of their school days, their talents, their personalities, filling gaps in Harry's knowledge that no one else had bothered to address. By the time he left Lupin's office, Harry had a clearer picture of James and Lily Potter than ever before, but also more questions about Sirius Black and what might really have happened on that fateful night. October brought increasingly worrying news from outside Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet reported failed Dementor searches for Sirius Black throughout Britain, while Ministry restrictions on Goblin activities tightened under the guise of security measures. They're using Black's escape as an excuse to implement policies they've wanted for years, Hermione said indignantly, reading the latest article about enhanced identification requirements for goblins traveling above ground. It gets worse, Harry told his friends, sharing contents from his latest communication with Deep Market. The Ministry is proposing a registry of magically altered beings, technically aimed at tracking illegal experimental transformations, but broad enough to potentially include me. They can't seriously believe they have jurisdiction over you, Ron protested. The treaty protection is being reinterpreted by Ministry lawyers, Harry finished grimly. According to Ragnok, Umbridge is leading a committee to review outdated treaty provisions that compromise wizard security in modern times. The implications were disturbing. If the Ministry successfully challenged the Treaty of Silver Hammer, Harry's goblin guardianship could be jeopardized, along with the protections that came with his Thane status. Hogwarts, meanwhile, operated under the shadow of Dementor patrols around its perimeter. Though the creatures weren't permitted on school grounds after the train incident, their presence affected everyone, particularly Harry, whose enhanced magical sensitivity made him aware of them even at a distance. Defense against the dark arts quickly became Harry's favorite class. Professor Lupin proved to be an exceptional teacher, combining practical exercises with theoretical background in engaging ways. When the class faced a boggart, a shape-shifting creature that assumed the form of one's worst fear, Harry expected to confront Voldemort. Instead, the boggart transformed into a Dementor, suggesting his greatest fear was fear itself. A wise fear, Lupin commented afterward. It suggests you're more concerned with what might compromise your judgment than with any specific threat. Following this incident, Lupin offered to teach Harry the Patronus charm, a powerful defense against Dementors. Despite Harry's ritual-granted protections, the professor argued that having multiple defenses was prudent. Your metal shields may resist their emotional effects, Lupin explained during their first private lesson, but the Patronus can actively repel them. Given your unique situation, having every possible protection seems wise. The lessons proved challenging but rewarding. Harry's hybrid magical core responded differently to the charm than Lupin expected, producing initial results that bewildered them both. Expecto Patronum. Harry called, focusing on a happy memory of flying. Instead of the standard silver-white mist, Harry's wand produced ribbons of intertwined silver and gold light that twisted into complex patterns before dispersing without forming a protective shield. Fascinating, Lupin murmured. The spell is accessing your magic differently than it would a standard wizard core. Try again with a stronger memory, the happiest you can recall. Harry closed his eyes, searching for a truly powerful memory. He found it in an unexpected place, the moment during the ritual of two worlds when he'd felt his magic align, when the disparate parts of himself had finally harmonized into something whole and integrated. Expecto Patronum, he called again, channeling that feeling of completion. This time, the silver and gold ribbons coalesced into a solid form, not the standard animal shape of a wizard Patronus, but a brilliant humanoid figure with a crown of antlers, its body composed of flowing metal that shifted between silver and gold as it moved. Remarkable, Lupin breathed, staring at the figure. I've never seen anything like it. Part wizard, part goblin, yet neither entirely, just like you. The Patronus turned to Harry, inclining its crowned head in acknowledgement before dissipating into sparkling motes of light. The casting left Harry exhilarated rather than drained, as if the charm had harmonized with his magical nature instead of fighting against it. The antlers suggest a stag influence, Lupin noted with a strange catch in his voice. Your father's Patronus was a stag. But the metallurgic elements and humanoid form reflect your goblin magic. It's a perfect synthesis. As October faded into November, Harry maintained regular communication with Deep Market through his enchanted journal and weekly meetings with goblin representatives in Hogsmeade Village. These visits to the wizarding settlement became a welcome break from castle routine, though they required navigating the increased security measures implemented after Black's escape. During his third Hogsmeade weekend, Harry met with Griphook at the Three Broomsticks, occupying a private room where they could speak freely. The goblin brought concerning news from Ragnok. Ministry interference escalates, Griphook reported, switching to gobbledygook for additional privacy. Umbridge's committee has drafted legislation that would require any wizard under goblin guardianship to submit to regular, welfare checks by ministry officials. Aimed specifically at me, Harry noted, unsurprised. Obviously. But with broader implications for any future cases. Griphook pushed a sealed scroll across the table. Ragnok believes we should prepare countermeasures. This contains details of an ancient provision in wizard law, the right of magical sovereignty. What does it do? Harry asked, taking the scroll. If invoked properly, it allows a wizard of sufficient magical power and heritage to declare limited autonomy from ministry governance while remaining part of wizard society. Similar to how ancient wizard families once operated before ministry centralization. Harry studied the complex legal text with growing interest. This would effectively neutralize their ability to interfere with my goblin connections. Precisely. But it requires demonstrating magical maturity beyond your years, Griphook cautioned. Ragnok believes your post-ritual abilities would qualify, but the demonstration would need to be public and incontrovertible. The conversation shifted to strategies for such a demonstration, but was interrupted when the door to their private room burst open without warning. Harry turned sharply, his hand moving to his wand, only to find himself facing Professor McGonagall, her expression grave. Mr. Potter, you need to return to the castle immediately, she said tersely. There's been an incident. What kind of incident? Harry asked, rising. Sirius Black was inside Gringothor Tower, attempting to enter the third-year boys' dormitory, McGonagall revealed. He slashed the portrait of the fat lady when she refused him entry. Harry exchanged a quick glance with Griphook, whose hand had moved to the concealed weapon at his belt. Was anyone hurt? No, thankfully. But the castle is being searched, and all students are assembling in the Great Hall for the night. McGonagall's gaze shifted to Griphook, acknowledging him with a nod. Your security concerns appear justified, Mr. Griphook. This confirms our intelligence that Black seeks Harry Potter specifically, Griphook stated flatly. Goblin security presence will increase accordingly. McGonagall looked as if she might object to this declaration, but evidently thought better of it. Coordinate with the headmaster, she said instead. Now, Mr. Potter, we must return immediately. That night, as all Hogwarts students slept in the Great Hall while teachers and prefects searched the castle, Harry lay awake in his purple sleeping bag, contemplating the implications of Black's intrusion. Why target the Gryffindor boys' dormitory specifically? How had he penetrated Hogwarts' defenses? And most puzzlingly, Why would a man who had served Voldemort for 12 years try to attack Harry with a knife rather than a wand and killing curse? None of it aligned with the narrative Harry had been told about his parents' betrayer. Something was missing, some crucial piece that would make sense of the contradiction surrounding Sirius Black. "You're still awake," Hermione whispered from her sleeping bag nearby. "Thinking," Harry replied softly. "About Black?" "About how his actions don't match his supposed motivations." Harry turned to face her. "If he betrayed my parents to Voldemort, if he's this devoted Death Eater, why try to knife me in my sleep? Why not use dark magic? And how did he even know which dormitory to target?" Hermione was silent for a moment, considering. "You think there's more to the story?" "I think we're missing information," Harry corrected. "Important information that might change everything we think we know about Sirius Black." The next morning brought heightened security throughout Hogwarts. Goblin wards now supplemented the castle's ancient protections around Harry's quarters, while Goblin guards maintained a discreet but constant presence in Hogsmeade Village. Dumbledore, rather than objecting to this goblin encroachment on his domain, seemed to have reached a pragmatic accommodation with Ragnok, recognizing their shared interest in Harry's safety. Professor Lupin was notably absent for several days following Black's break-in, reportedly ill. When he returned, looking exhausted and drawn, Harry sought him out after class. "Professor, I need to ask you something about Sirius Black," Harry said directly once they were alone. "Something that doesn't make sense." Lupin tensed visibly. "I've told you what I know, Harry. But there are inconsistencies," Harry pressed. "No trial transcript in Goblin records. Actions that don't align with supposed Death Eater motives. And most recently, targeting me with a knife rather than dark magic. What are you suggesting?" Lupin asked carefully. "That maybe, just maybe, the accepted story isn't the complete truth." Harry studied Lupin's reaction closely, his enhanced senses detecting the professor's conflicted magical signature. "And I think you have doubts too, though you're not ready to acknowledge them." Lupin's expression revealed nothing, but Harry could sense the turmoil beneath his calm exterior. "These are dangerous speculations, Harry. Black is considered the most notorious criminal in recent wizard history. All the more reason to be certain the story is correct," Harry countered. "My goblin training emphasized one principle above all: verify before concluding. I can't verify anything about Black because too much is hidden or assumed." "I understand your frustration," Lupin said finally. "But I'm not the person who can provide those answers. Some questions must wait until Black is recaptured and can face proper questioning." Though disappointed, Harry recognized he'd pushed as far as possible for now. But the conversation planted a seed, he could see it in Lupin's magical aura, doubts that would continue to grow as the professor reconsidered his own assumptions about his former friend. December arrived with bitter cold and increased tensions between the Goblin and Wizard worlds. The Prophet reported almost daily on Ministry efforts to modernize creature regulations, while Goblin representatives withdrew from several long-standing cooperative agreements in protest. Harry's position grew increasingly complex as the bridge between these fractious communities. At Hogwarts, he continued his education and maintained his friendships. In Deep Market, accessed through secure transportation during designated weekends, he participated in Goblin Council meetings and continued his specialized magical training. The strain of balancing these responsibilities would have overwhelmed him without the ritual's effects. His enhanced magical core provided increased stamina and mental clarity, while his dual perspective allowed him to navigate the cultural complexities with growing confidence. "You're different lately," Hermione observed one evening in the library as they researched the right of magical sovereignty together. "More centered, somehow. Like you found your purpose." Harry considered this. "I suppose I have. For years I was just reacting, to the Dursleys, to learning I was a wizard, to Voldemort's attempts to return. Now I'm building something instead. Creating connections where there were divisions." "It suits you," she said simply. You seem happier, even with everything happening around us. The Christmas holidays approached with an unexpected development, an invitation from the Weasleys to spend part of the break at the Burrow, coordinated with his goblin guardians to include a formal diplomatic visit by Ragnok himself. Dad's been working with the Goblin Liaison Office, Ron explained excitedly. He wants to host an official cultural exchange dinner. First time a goblin leader has been invited to a wizard home in centuries, apparently. It's a significant gesture, Harry agreed, impressed by Mr. Weasley's initiative. Especially given the current political climate. The plans took on even greater significance when Arthur Weasley was quoted in the Prophet directly challenging Umbridge's committee recommendations. Cooperation with the Goblin Nation has historically benefited both our societies. These proposed restrictions would undermine centuries of progress for short-term political gain. The backlash was immediate. Percy, now working at the ministry, sent a painfully formal letter to his father expressing professional concerns about his potentially career-limiting statements. Lucius Malfoy publicly questioned whether Arthur's goblin sympathies compromised his ministry position. And most alarmingly, Umbridge accelerated her committee's timeline, announcing that new regulations would be implemented by January. Against this tense backdrop, Harry prepared for his first Christmas away from both Hogwarts and Deepmarket. The prospect of experiencing a proper family holiday with the Weasleys, while also advancing goblin-wizard relations through Ragnok's historic visit, filled him with equal parts excitement and apprehension. The arrangements involved complex security protocols and diplomatic considerations. Harry would travel first to Deepmarket for the Goblin Forgemoss celebration, then join Ragnok in a small delegation for the unprecedented visit to the Burrow on Christmas Day. As the Hogwarts Express carried students home for the holidays, Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, discussing the upcoming celebrations. Hermione would join them at the Burrow after a brief ski holiday with her parents, while Harry tried to explain Goblin Forgemoss traditions. It commemorates the forging of the first goblin-made artifacts, he explained. There's a ceremonial rekindling of the sacred forge, followed by a feast where everyone exchanges small metal tokens they've crafted themselves. You have to make presents? Ron looked horrified. What if you're rubbish at metalwork? The value isn't in the craftsmanship but in the intent, Harry explained. Though goblins do appreciate skill. I've been practicing a simple design for weeks. Will you be allowed to share what you've learned about goblin metalworking? Hermione asked, her academic curiosity evident. Some basics, yes. The ritual changed the rules for me somewhat. As Thane, I'm permitted to share certain cultural elements that would normally remain private. The train journey passed pleasantly, though Harry remained acutely aware of the Dementors patrolling outside Hogsmeade Station as they departed. His Patronus practice had progressed significantly under Lupin's guidance, providing another layer of defense beyond the ritual's protections. At King's Cross, Harry bid temporary farewell to his friends before meeting Griphook for transport to Deepmarket. The Goblin led him through a series of increasingly subtle security measures before they reached a private Gringotts entrance. The Ministry has increased surveillance of standard access points, Griphook explained as they descended through rarely used passages. We adjust accordingly. Deepmarket welcomed Harry with a festival atmosphere he'd never before witnessed in the normally serious Goblin City. The central plaza had been transformed with floating crystal lights in spectacular arrangements, while the forges worked overtime creating ceremonial items for the Forgemoss celebration. Goblins called greetings as he passed, many bowing respectfully to his Thane status. After living between worlds for months, returning to Deepmarket felt both familiar and strange, like revisiting a childhood home as an adult, seeing it with new eyes while still feeling its fundamental comfort. Ragnok received Harry in his private quarters rather than the formal council chamber, a sign of personal rather than merely political connection. The chief goblin had aged visibly since summer, the responsibilities of leadership in troubled times etching deeper lines in his already weathered face. You return changed again, Harry Potter, Ragnok observed, studying him. School life suits you, despite the complications. I've found balance, Harry replied. The ritual helps. I can switch between wizard and goblin perspectives more easily now. Good. Both will be needed in the days ahead. Ragnok gestured for Harry to sit. The Ministry moves against us more aggressively than anticipated. Umbridge's regulations are merely the visible edge of deeper plans. To restrict goblin autonomy? To eliminate it entirely, in time. Ragnok's expression hardened. Our intelligence suggests a long-term strategy to bring Gringotts under direct Ministry control within 5 years. The implications were staggering. Goblin independence had been a cornerstone of magical Britain for centuries. Even during open rebellions, neither side had seriously proposed ending goblin banking autonomy. They can't possibly succeed, Harry said. The economic disruption alone would be managed through a transitional period of joint oversight, Ragnok finished. At least according to draft documents our agents have obtained. Fudge believes wizard control of goblin gold would consolidate his power permanently. This changes everything, Harry realized. Not just for me, but for all goblin-wizard relations. Indeed. Ragnok leaned forward. Which makes our visit to the Weasley home more significant than a mere cultural exchange. Arthur Weasley has shown integrity rare among wizard officials. His influence, combined with your unique position, could form the nucleus of resistance to these plans. The Forgemoss celebration began the following evening with the rekindling ceremony, an ancient ritual where the sacred forge, cold for 364 days, was brought back to life using techniques unchanged for millennia. Harry, as Thane, was granted the honor of assisting the Forge Master, adding rare metals to the initial firing that would burn throughout the coming year. The ceremony's solemnity gave way to festivities that showcased a side of goblin culture few wizards ever witnessed. Music played on crystal instruments filled the central cavern as goblins danced in complex patterns that mimicked the forging process. Traditional foods, rich fungi dishes, stone-baked breads, and rare underground fruits, were shared communally at long tables. Harry's status as the first wizard-goblin Thane made him the center of considerable attention. Young goblins approached with shy questions about Hogwarts, while elder crafters engaged him in discussions of magical theory that bridged their different traditions. The exchange of crafted tokens occurred at midnight. Harry had prepared small silver pendants for his goblin friends and mentors, each designed to reflect their personal qualities, an open book for Ironheart, a perfect balance scale for Ragnok, a healing rod for Silverfang. In return, he received masterfully crafted pieces that demonstrated the depth of goblin acceptance. Most moving was Griphook's gift, a silver pocket watch whose mechanisms incorporated both wizard and goblin magic, allowing it to function perfectly in either environment. So you may always know your place in both worlds, Griphook explained as Harry examined the exquisite craftsmanship. The celebration continued until dawn, concluding with a ceremony where goblins renewed their professional oaths for the coming year. Harry, to his surprise, was called upon to deliver the traditional response as Thane, his first formal diplomatic function within goblin society. Standing before the assembled clans, the sacred forge blazing behind him, Harry spoke in gobbledygook, his voice carrying through the vast cavern. As bonds of silver join unlike metals, so may our distinct magic strengthen each other in the year to come. I stand before you neither fully goblin nor fully wizard, but as living proof that our differences need not divide us. The response was overwhelming, hundreds of goblin voices raised in the traditional reply, silver and gold, stone and sky, bound in purpose, in craft unified. As the ceremony concluded, Harry caught Ragnok watching him with an expression he'd rarely seen on the stern goblin leader's face, pride, tinged with something like hope. Whatever challenges lay ahead with the Ministry, Sirius Black, or even Voldemort's eventual return, this moment of cultural harmony represented everything Harry had committed himself to building. 2 days later, Christmas morning dawned crisp and clear as Harry prepared for the historic visit to the Burrow. Ragnok had selected a small but significant delegation, himself, Griphook, Ironheart, and 2 goblin guards whose presence was non-negotiable security protocol. They traveled via a specialized goblin transportation method, a network of enchanted mirrors that connected Gringotts branches to private locations. The system deposited them at a small Gringotts office in Ottery St. Catchpole, from which Arthur Weasley escorted them personally to the Burrow. "This is an extraordinary honor," Mr. Weasley told Ragnok as they walked, his excitement barely contained. "The first official goblin delegation to a wizard home in over 3 centuries, according to our records." "Our archives indicate 412 years, Ironheart corrected mildly. The warlock Humphrey Belluncle hosted Chief Gornaz in 1581, shortly before relations deteriorated due to the Silver Taxation Act. The Burrow came into view, a wonderful, ramshackle structure that seemed to defy both gravity and conventional architecture. Harry felt a wave of affection for the place that represented everything a magical home should be: warm, slightly chaotic, and bursting with life. The Weasley family waited at the garden gate, dressed in their finest clothes. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward, performing a credible goblin formal greeting that clearly impressed Ragnok. The twins maintained uncharacteristic decorum, though Harry caught the telltale signs of suppressed mischief in their magical signatures. Only Percy seemed uncomfortable, his recent ministry position creating visible tension as he formally welcomed the goblin delegation while carefully avoiding any statements that might compromise his professional standing. Inside, the Weasleys had transformed their home to accommodate goblin cultural preferences. The usual cluttered coziness remained, but with subtle modifications: seating arranged to goblin height preferences, medals incorporated into the holiday decorations, and most significantly, a formal ceremonial space created in the living room for the official exchange of diplomatic gifts. "Mum's been cooking for 3 days straight," Ron whispered to Harry as they helped bring refreshments. "Got books from Bill about goblin food preferences and everything." The effort showed in the magnificent feast Mrs. Weasley had prepared: traditional wizard Christmas dishes alongside goblin specialties like crystal-grown mushrooms and mineral-enriched breads. The genuine attempt to honor both cultures clearly impressed the goblin delegates, who relaxed visibly as the meal progressed. Conversation flowed more naturally than anyone might have expected, with Arthur asking thoughtful questions about goblin crafting traditions while Molly and Ironheart discovered a shared interest in historical textiles. Even the twins maintained respectful engagement, their natural curiosity overcoming any cultural awkwardness. "We've been experimenting with metal-infused joke products," Fred explained to Griphook. "Nothing disrespectful, mind you, but the permanence properties of goblin metals would revolutionize certain prank applications," George finished. Rather than taking offense, Griphook engaged seriously with their ideas, offering suggestions that left the twins wide-eyed with new possibilities. The formal gift exchange followed dinner. Ragnok presented Arthur and Molly with a goblin-crafted clock similar to their family timepiece but enhanced with protections and tracking capabilities beyond wizard enchantments. "May it help you watch over your family in these uncertain times," Ragnok said formally. In return, Arthur presented Ragnok with a wizard family heirloom, a silver pocket watch passed down through generations of Weasleys. "To symbolize that time moves forward for both our peoples, together." The significance of a pure-blood wizard family voluntarily giving a goblin-made object back to goblin ownership wasn't lost on anyone present. Such returns were traditionally demanded by goblins but rarely offered freely by wizards. Ragnok accepted with profound dignity, the gesture clearly affecting him deeply. As the formal ceremonies concluded, the gathering relaxed into more casual celebration. Wizard and goblin Christmas crackers were exchanged, producing spectacular magical effects when pulled together. Bill and Charlie arrived unexpectedly, having arranged surprise visits to witness the historic meeting. Harry moved between groups, bridging conversations and translating cultural references when needed. His unique position as someone fluent in both worlds made him the natural facilitator for this unprecedented gathering. Late in the evening, as goblin songs mixed with wizard carols and magical decorations glowed warmly throughout the Burrow, Harry found himself standing beside Arthur Weasley, watching the remarkable scene. "You've helped create something important here today, Harry," Mr. Weasley said quietly. "Something that could change the course of wizard-goblin relations for generations." "It's just one family and a few goblin representatives," Harry replied modestly. "That's how all great changes begin," Mr. Weasley insisted. "Not with grand declarations or dramatic battles, but with simple moments of understanding between people previously divided." Looking around at the mingled celebration, Fred and George teaching Goblin guards wizard chess while Ginny listened intently to Ironheart's historical tales, Harry allowed himself to hope that perhaps Arthur was right. Perhaps this small gathering represented the first step toward healing centuries of mistrust between magical peoples. The peaceful moment was shattered when a ministry owl swooped through the window, delivering an urgent message to Arthur. His expression darkened as he read it, then gestured for Ragnok and Harry to join him in the kitchen. "There's been an incident at the ministry," he reported grimly. "Someone broke into the Department of Mysteries tonight, bypassed significant security measures before being detected. They escaped, but—" He hesitated, glancing at Harry. "They left a message specifically mentioning you, Harry." "What message?" Harry asked, tension coiling in his stomach. "The rat lives. The dog was framed. The wolf knows. Ask the Thane about the truth of Black." Arthur looked between them. "Does that mean anything to either of you?" Harry felt a cold certainty settle over him as pieces clicked into place: Lupin's conflicted responses about Sirius Black, the inconsistencies in the official story, the strange targeting of his dormitory rather than Harry personally. "I think," he said slowly, "someone is trying to tell us that Sirius Black may be innocent of the crimes he was imprisoned for." "Preposterous," Ragnok stated, though his sharp eyes studied Harry carefully. "Black's guilt is established fact." "Is it?" Harry challenged. "There was no trial transcript in your records. And these terms, rat, dog, wolf, they mean something specific. Professor Lupin is almost certainly the wolf, given certain patterns I've observed in his monthly illnesses." Arthur looked alarmed. "You're suggesting Lupin might be connected to Black? That he might be helping him?" "Not helping him," Harry clarified. "But perhaps knowing something crucial about what really happened 12 years ago. Something about a rat who lives when presumably everyone thought it dead." The implications hung heavily in the kitchen air. If Sirius Black was innocent, if he had been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years, it would represent a miscarriage of justice so profound it could destabilize the ministry itself, particularly if prominent officials had been complicit in the cover-up. "We must proceed carefully," Ragnok decided after a tense silence. This message was left where it would be reported officially. Someone wants these questions raised but cannot come forward directly. But why now? Arthur wondered. And why through such an alarming method as breaking into the Department of Mysteries? "Because time is running out," Harry suggested. "If Black is recaptured, he'll likely receive the Dementor's kiss immediately, without opportunity for questioning. And with the Ministry already moving against Goblin autonomy, discrediting them with a wrongful imprisonment scandal could be strategically timed." Ragnok nodded slowly. "Political calculations aside, justice demands investigation. If an innocent wizard has suffered 12 years in Azkaban, it cannot be ignored, regardless of Wizard-Goblin tensions." The remainder of the holiday passed under this new shadow. Harry, with help from Hermione who arrived the day after Christmas, began researching everything available about Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and the events following Voldemort's fall. The limited public records revealed troubling gaps and inconsistencies that supported Harry's growing suspicions. Most significant was the timing. Black had been imprisoned without trial during the period when Barty Crouch Sr. headed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, known for his extreme measures against suspected Death Eaters. He sent his own son to Azkaban, Hermione noted, reading historical accounts. He wouldn't have hesitated to skip proper procedures for someone he believed guilty, especially someone connected to your parents' deaths. The Goblin delegation departed after 3 productive days at the Burrow, but not before establishing ongoing communication channels with Arthur Weasley. The historic visit had succeeded beyond expectations in creating personal connections between representatives of both societies, regardless of the troubling revelations about Black. Before leaving, Ragnok took Harry aside for a private conversation in the Weasley's garden, warding their location against eavesdropping with goblin magic. "You've set events in motion that cannot be easily controlled," the Goblin chief said without preamble. "The question of Black's guilt or innocence has far-reaching implications." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But if he's innocent, then a grave injustice must be corrected," Ragnok finished. "On this, Goblin and Wizard values align perfectly. Justice transcends political convenience. What should I do when I return to Hogwarts?" Ragnok considered carefully before answering. "Approach Lupin directly. His reaction to the phrase, 'the wolf knows,' will tell you much. But be prepared, if Black is innocent, it means someone else betrayed your parents. Someone who may still pose a threat." The warning lingered in Harry's mind as he returned to Hogwarts after the holidays. The new term began with increased security measures following reported sightings of Sirius Black near Hogsmeade Village. Ministry officials now supplemented the Dementors patrolling the school perimeter, while student movements were restricted more severely than before. Harry wasted no time seeking out Professor Lupin, finding him in his office preparing for the term's lessons. Without preamble, Harry closed the door and activated the privacy enchantments in his silver ring, goblin magic that would prevent eavesdropping. "Professor, I need to ask you something directly," he began. "A message was left at the ministry during the holidays. The rat lives. The dog was framed. The wolf knows. What does it mean to you?" Lupin froze, his face draining of color. His magical signature flared with shock, fear, and, most tellingly, recognition. "Where did you hear that?" he asked hoarsely. "It was left after a break-in at the Department of Mysteries," Harry replied, watching him closely. "Addressed specifically to me as the Thane. It's about Sirius Black, isn't it? And Peter Pettigrew. And you." Lupin seemed to age years in moments, collapsing into his chair and covering his face briefly. When he looked up, his expression had transformed from professor to haunted survivor. "I've suspected, wondered, doubted for years," he whispered. "But without proof, what could I say? Who would believe me over the official story?" "Tell me everything," Harry urged, taking the seat opposite him. "Please. I need to understand what really happened to my parents." What followed was a tale so extraordinary that only Lupin's clearly genuine emotional turmoil could have made it believable. The professor revealed the truth about the Marauders, himself, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew, and their secret animal transformations undertaken to accompany him during his werewolf transformations. "Your father became a stag, Prongs, we called him. Sirius transformed into a large black dog, Padfoot. And Peter. Peter was a rat. Wormtail." Lupin's voice broke slightly on the last name. "The rat lives," Harry repeated. "Pettigrew didn't die in that explosion." "It seems impossible," Lupin acknowledged. "I saw the aftermath myself, the street blown apart, Muggles dead, and nothing left of Peter but a finger. But if this message is true, then Pettigrew faked his death and framed Sirius," Harry concluded. "Which means he was the real secret keeper, the one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort." Lupin nodded miserably. "It would explain why Sirius went after Peter rather than fleeing the country after your parents died. Not because Peter confronted him, as the story goes, but because Sirius was hunting the real traitor." The implications were staggering. If Pettigrew had been alive all these years, where had he been hiding? How had he escaped detection? And most urgently, was he still a threat to Harry? "I need to find Sirius," Harry decided. "Talk to him directly." "That's exactly what the Ministry fears most," Lupin warned. "They've doubled patrols specifically to prevent any contact between you. If Black is innocent, certain officials face serious repercussions for their role in his imprisonment." Then we'll need to be smarter than they are, Harry said, the goblin side of his training asserting itself. Discreet, strategic, and absolutely certain before making any public moves. They agreed to pool their information, Lupin's personal knowledge of the Marauders and Harry's goblin-sourced intelligence about Black's movements. Together, they might piece together enough to locate Sirius without alerting Ministry observers. January passed in a blur of classes, Quidditch practice, and covert investigation. Harry maintained his academic performance despite the additional pressures, his enhanced magical core providing the stamina needed to balance multiple demands. On the Quidditch pitch, his post-ritual abilities manifested in spectacular form during a stormy match against Hufflepuff. When Dementors unexpectedly invaded the field, Harry not only cast his unique Patronus to drive them back but maintained perfect control of his broom through the disruption, securing a narrow Gryffindor victory. "That wasn't normal flying," Oliver would commented afterward in the changing rooms. "You were moving like you could see through the storm somehow." Enhanced magical perception, Harry explained simply. The ritual had indeed improved his senses in ways that translated directly to Quidditch. He could feel air currents more precisely, sense the golden snitch's magical signature at greater distances, and maintain balance through maneuvers that would have thrown him before. February brought a breakthrough in their search for Sirius Black. Using the Marauders' map, a magical document Lupin had confiscated from the Weasley twins and reluctantly shared with Harry, they detected an unexpected name moving through the castle late one night, Peter Pettigrew. "That's impossible," Lupin whispered as they watched the small dot moving along a third-floor corridor. Unless he's alive and somehow inside Hogwarts," Harry finished grimly. "We need to find him now." They tracked the movement to Gryffindor Tower, where the dot labeled Peter Pettigrew entered the third-year boys' dormitory. Harry and Lupin exchanged alarmed glances before hurrying toward the tower under a disillusionment charm. Inside the dormitory, they found Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean sleeping peacefully. Nothing seemed amiss until Harry noticed Scabbers, Ron's pet rat, curled up on Ron's pillow. 12 years, Lupin breathed, staring at the rat. An unusually long life for a common garden rat, wouldn't you say? Harry approached carefully, activating his ritual-enhanced perceptions. What he sensed from the seemingly ordinary rat shocked him, a magical signature distinctly human in nature, compressed and disguised but unmistakably present. "It's him," Harry confirmed quietly. Animagus magic, hidden beneath a suppression charm of some kind. Before they could act, Scabbers awoke, his beady eyes widening at the sight of Lupin's wand trained on him. With surprising speed for an apparently elderly rat, he leapt from the bed and scurried toward a small hole in the wall. Stupefy. Harry and Lupin cast simultaneously, their spells combining to hit the fleeing rat squarely. Scabbers collapsed mid-stride, unconscious but still in rat form. "We need somewhere secure," Lupin said urgently, scooping up the stunned rat. "Somewhere to force him back to human form without interference." Harry made a quick decision. "My private room. It has goblin wards that will prevent both escape and detection." They retreated to Harry's Thane quarters, where the goblin security enchantments provided the privacy they needed. Placing the unconscious rat on the floor, Lupin performed a complex spell that emitted blue-white light, striking Scabbers directly. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to transform, expanding and contorting until a short, balding man with rat-like features lay unconscious before them. "Peter Pettigrew," Lupin confirmed, his voice tight with emotion. "Alive, when he's been supposedly dead for 12 years. While Sirius Black rotted in Azkaban for his murder," Harry added, anger rising within him. "They bound Pettigrew securely before reviving him." The man's watery eyes opened, darting frantically between them before settling on Harry with an expression of calculated desperation. "Harry. James's son. Thank goodness, Remus, you've got to help me. Sirius Black is trying to kill me." Pettigrew squeaked, his voice high and panicky. "Save it, Peter," Lupin said coldly. "We know the truth. You were the secret keeper, not Sirius. You betrayed James and Lily to Voldemort, then framed Sirius when he cornered you. Pettigrew's demeanor changed instantly, his pleading expression replaced with calculating malice. You can't prove anything. And who would believe you over the established story? A werewolf and a boy contaminated by goblin magic? We don't need to convince everyone yet, Harry replied calmly. Just enough people to ensure you face proper questioning under Veritaserum, something Sirius Black never received. The next hours were tense and complex. Harry contacted Ragnok through his enchanted pendant, setting in motion a carefully orchestrated plan. By dawn, Dumbledore had been privately informed, and a secure location prepared for Pettigrew's holding pending official investigation. We cannot involve the Ministry immediately, Dumbledore decided after viewing the evidence. Certain elements would move to silence this revelation rather than allow proper process. The Goblin Nation offers its secure holding facilities, Ragnok proposed through a communication mirror. Neutral ground, inaccessible to Ministry interference but acceptable to wizard authorities. Within 24 hours, a remarkable coalition had formed, Dumbledore representing Hogwarts, Ragnok representing the Goblin Nation, Amelia Bones secretly brought in from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Arthur Weasley providing Ministry liaison. Together, they established a protocol for investigating Pettigrew's capture and its implications for Sirius Black's case. Meanwhile, Harry faced the difficult task of explaining to Ron that his pet rat had actually been a disguised Death Eater all along. The revelation left Ron horrified and disgusted. 12 years, he kept repeating. Sleeping in my bed. In Percy's before that. That's traumatizing, Hermione supplied when words failed him. But you couldn't possibly have known, Ron. He fooled everyone, the entire Ministry of Magic included. The investigation proceeded with remarkable speed once Amelia Bones took charge. Known for her uncompromising integrity, she administered Veritaserum to Pettigrew herself, documenting his confession under multiple witnesses. The truth that emerged was even darker than suspected. Pettigrew admitted to being a Death Eater for nearly a year before the Potters' deaths, passing information to Voldemort about Order of the Phoenix movements. He confirmed switching places with Sirius as secret keeper, a last-minute change that even Dumbledore hadn't known about, before betraying the Potters' location. Most damning was his description of framing Sirius by casting the explosive spell that killed 12 Muggles, cutting off his own finger, and transforming to escape through the sewers. And you've been hiding as the Weasley family's pet ever since? Bones questioned, her monocle gleaming in the wand light. The perfect cover, Pettigrew admitted under the truth serum's influence. A wizard family connected to Dumbledore, where I could hear any news of the Dark Lord's return. With Pettigrew's guilt established, attention turned to locating Sirius Black, no longer to arrest him, but to clear his name and offer 12 years overdue justice. Harry, with his unique position between Goblin and Wizard authorities, became the logical point of contact. Black will trust you more readily than Ministry officials, Amelia Bones acknowledged during a secure meeting. As James Potter's son and someone outside traditional wizard power structures, you represent his best chance for safe surrender. The public announcement of Pettigrew's capture and Black's probable innocence created a political earthquake throughout magical Britain. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Ministry Scandal, Wrong Man in Azkaban for 12 years, while follow-up stories detailed the rushed justice of the post-war period under Barty Crouch Sr.'s leadership. Fudge's administration scrambled to distance itself from the original miscarriage of justice, but the damage to Ministry credibility was severe. Particularly damaging was the revelation that Black had never received a trial, a fundamental violation of wizard law that implicated multiple high-ranking officials still in government. Amidst this political chaos, Harry maintained focus on the immediate priority, finding Sirius Black before either vengeful Ministry elements or remaining Death Eaters could reach him. The search centered on Hogsmeade Village and the surrounding wilderness, where multiple sightings had been reported. He's been staying close to Hogwarts, Lupin explained during a strategy meeting. Probably trying to catch Pettigrew, whom he must have somehow discovered was hiding here. The question is how to contact him safely, Dumbledore mused. He may not trust official communications after his experience with the Ministry. He'll trust the map, Harry suggested, referring to the Marauders' map that Lupin had now fully explained. It's something only the real Marauders would understand. They developed a plan using the map's enchantment principles to create a secure message only Black would recognize and trust. Lupin crafted the specialized parchment, incorporating phrases and references known only to the original Marauders. Harry volunteered to deliver the message personally during the next Hogsmeade weekend, accompanied by discreet goblin security and with Lupin nearby but not immediately visible, a precaution in case Black remained suspicious of his old friend's loyalties. The plan unfolded on a cold March afternoon. Harry walked alone to the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village, following a path toward the mountains where a large black dog had been repeatedly sighted. Goblin guards maintained position at strategic intervals, glamored to appear as ordinary wizards enjoying the countryside. Near a cluster of boulders at the base of the mountain, Harry paused, deliberately alone in the open. He removed the enchanted parchment from his pocket and activated it with the phrase Lupin had taught him, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The parchment glowed briefly, then displayed a simple message: Padfoot, Prong's son brings truth and freedom. Wormtail captured. Safe passage guaranteed by the Thane. For several long minutes, nothing happened. Then, from behind a large boulder, a massive black dog emerged cautiously. It studied Harry with intelligent eyes before approaching slowly, sniffing the air as if testing for traps. Harry remained perfectly still, allowing his goblin-enhanced magical senses to confirm what he already suspected: the dog's magical signature matched that of a human animagus, not a true animal. "I know who you are," Harry said quietly. "And I know you're innocent. Peter Pettigrew is in custody, and his confession is documented. You're free, Sirius, or you will be once we get you safely to the right people." The dog's form shimmered and elongated, transforming into a gaunt man with long, matted hair and haunted eyes. Sirius Black looked nothing like the handsome, laughing young man from Harry's parents' wedding photos. Azkaban had ravaged him physically, leaving behind a skeletal figure whose only recognizable feature was the intensity of his gaze. "Harry," he rasped, his voice rough from disuse. "You look so like James, except the eyes." "My mother's eyes," Harry finished, emotion tightening his throat. "I know." For a moment they simply looked at each other, godfather and godson, separated by 12 years of injustice and now reunited under the strangest of circumstances. Then Sirius took a hesitant step forward, reaching out with a trembling hand to touch Harry's shoulder, as if confirming he was real. "Pettigrew is actually captured?" he asked, desperate hope in his voice. "You're certain?" "I caught him myself," Harry confirmed. "He was hiding as my friend Ron's pet rat. We've got his confession under Veritaserum, witnessed by Amelia Bones herself." A complex wave of emotions crossed Sirius's ravaged face: vindication, relief, and rage so intense it momentarily transformed his features into something wolf-like. 12 years, he whispered. 12 years in Azkaban while he lived as a pet, comfortable and safe. "He'll face justice now," Harry assured him. "But we need to get you to safety first. There are still Ministry factions who would prefer you silenced rather than exonerated." Harry explained the arrangements: a secure location in Deep Market where Sirius could receive medical treatment and legal representation before his official hearing. Ragnok had personally guaranteed his safety within Goblin territory, a significant diplomatic commitment that reflected the gravity with which the Goblin nation viewed this miscarriage of justice. "Goblins," Sirius said with a bark of surprised laughter. James would never believe it. His son, under Goblin protection and arranging Goblin sanctuary for his escaped convict godfather. "A lot has changed," Harry acknowledged, gesturing to his silver Thane circlet, which he wore for this official diplomatic function. "I'm something new in the magical world, part wizard, part goblin. A bridge between societies that have been divided too long." Sirius studied him with new intensity. I can see it now, something different in your magic, your movements. Not just James and Lily in you, but something else too. Something older. Their reunion was interrupted by the soft sound of approaching footsteps. Sirius tensed, ready to transform again, but Harry raised a reassuring hand. It's just Professor Lupin. He's been helping me. Remus? Sirius whispered, his expression vulnerable and uncertain. He believes me? After all this time? Lupin emerged from the trees, stopping several paces away. The two former friends stared at each other across years of separation and misunderstanding, neither moving until Lupin finally broke the silence. I should have known, he said simply, regret heavy in his voice. I should have questioned. I'm sorry, Padfoot. Something broke in Sirius then, the last remnant of his Azkaban armor cracking to reveal the wounded soul beneath. With a sound that was half laugh, half sob, he closed the distance between them, embracing Lupin fiercely. Harry watched their reunion with a complex mixture of emotions. These men had been his father's closest friends, had loved his parents, had suffered their own versions of imprisonment, Sirius in Azkaban, Lupin in the prison of lycanthropy and isolation. Now they were found again, broken but not destroyed, offering Harry an unexpected connection to his parents he'd never dared hope for. The journey to Deep Market occurred without incident, thanks to goblin transportation methods that bypassed ministry detection. Sirius received immediate medical attention for the physical and psychological damage inflicted by 12 years with Dementors. Healer Silver Fong prescribed the same regimen of goblin mineral potions that had helped Harry recover from the Dursleys' neglect, though Sirius's healing would take significantly longer. Legal proceedings moved with surprising speed once Amelia Bones took control of the case. With Pettigrew in custody and multiple credible witnesses to his confession, the exoneration process for Sirius Black advanced despite political resistance from corners of the ministry still loyal to Barty Crouch's hardline approach. By early April, the Wizengamot officially vacated all charges against Sirius, acknowledging the grave miscarriage of justice, in a public statement that stopped short of naming those responsible but opened the door to significant compensation claims. Throughout this period, Harry continued his education at Hogwarts while making weekend visits to Deep Market to assist with Sirius's recovery and legal process. The dual responsibilities stretched him thin, but the ritual's enhancements to his magical core provided the necessary stamina and focus. His classmates watched these developments with varying reactions. Most Gryffindors supported him enthusiastically, particularly after learning how close Ron had come to danger with Pettigrew posing as his pet. Hufflepuffs generally took their cue from their head of house, Professor Sprout, who maintained practical support for justice regardless of political complications. Ravenclaw opinions split along intellectual lines, with many fascinated by the legal and historical implications of Black's wrongful imprisonment. Only Slytherin House maintained consistent opposition, led by Draco Malfoy, whose father had publicly criticized the rush to exonerate before all evidence was examined, a transparent attempt to delay proceedings that might implicate ministry officials connected to Malfoy interests. By May, Sirius had recovered enough to begin discussing the future, specifically, Harry's future. As his legal godfather, now officially recognized, Sirius had the right to claim guardianship. However, the reality of Harry's goblin connections complicated matters. I won't challenge your goblin guardianship, Sirius assured Harry during a private conversation in Deep Market. What they've done for you, what you've become with their guidance, it's remarkable. James and Lily would approve, I think. They never believed in the pure-blood nonsense about goblin inferiority. But we could still be family, Harry suggested hopefully. The goblin guardianship doesn't prevent that. In fact, as my godfather, you'd have certain recognized status within goblin custom. This led to unprecedented negotiations between Sirius Black and Ragnok, establishing a hybrid guardianship arrangement that respected both wizard and goblin traditions. Sirius would purchase a home near a Gringotts branch with secure access to Deep Market, allowing Harry to maintain connections to both worlds while building a relationship with his godfather. As the term neared its end, however, these positive developments were overshadowed by escalating tensions between the Ministry and the Goblin Nation. Umbridge's committee, temporarily derailed by the Black Exoneration scandal, returned with renewed vigor, pushing regulations that would severely restrict Goblin autonomy under the guise of standardizing magical being integration. "They're using the upheaval around Sirius's case as cover," Hermione observed, reading the latest Prophet article. "While everyone's focused on the wrongful imprisonment scandal, they're sneaking through these anti-Goblin regulations with minimal public attention." The situation reached crisis point in early June when the Ministry attempted to place security observers within Gringotts itself, a direct violation of the bank's sovereign status under multiple treaties. The Goblins responded by implementing reduced services protocols, effectively slowing all wizard banking transactions to a crawl while maintaining technical compliance with their obligations. This financial pressure prompted immediate backlash from the wizard business community, creating the first significant opposition to Fudge's anti-Goblin policies. When Gringotts announced it might need to temporarily restrict access to certain high-value vaults for security reassessment, panic spread through wealthy pure-blood circles that had previously supported the Ministry's approach. Against this backdrop of escalating tension, Harry prepared for his end-of-term exams. His unique magical abilities continued to manifest in ways that impressed even the most experienced professors. In Transfiguration, he demonstrated unprecedented control over permanent transformations that incorporated metallic elements. Charms class saw him creating enchantments with goblin-like durability, while in Potions, his intuitive understanding of ingredient properties produced results that even Snape couldn't criticize. Only Divination proved problematic, not because Harry lacked ability, but because Professor Trelawney reacted with alarm to his ritual-enhanced magical signature, claiming it clouded the inner eye and disrupted ethereal harmonics. The Divination final examination took an unexpected turn when Trelawney, in the midst of reviewing Harry's crystal ball work, suddenly stiffened. Her eyes rolled back, and she spoke in a harsh voice entirely unlike her usual ethereal tones. "The bridge between worlds stands at the crossroads of fate. Silver King, Gold Defender, bearer of two magics united. The Dark Lord approaches, gathering strength from ancient hatreds. When the serpent and the sword meet again, the balance of all magic hangs in the night. Neither goblin nor wizard alone can prevail, only the one who walks between worlds can forge the path through darkness." As suddenly as it had begun, the trance ended, leaving Trelawney confused and unaware of what had occurred. Harry, however, recognized the unmistakable signs of a genuine prophecy. His goblin training had included recognizing true divination among theatrical fakery. He reported the incident immediately to both Dumbledore and Ragnok, recognizing its significance in light of the original goblin prophecy about the Bridge Child. Both leaders responded with grave concern, particularly about the reference to Voldemort gathering strength from ancient hatreds, a clear indication that the growing wizard-goblin tensions played directly into the Dark Lord's plans. "This confirms our worst fears," Dumbledore told Harry during an urgent meeting in his office. "Voldemort seeks to return, and the division between magical peoples creates vulnerability he will exploit. The timing cannot be coincidence," Ragnok agreed via communication mirror. "These Ministry regulations driving wedges between wizard and goblin, they serve Voldemort's agenda perfectly, whether their architects realize it or not." The prophecy accelerated plans already in development. The right of magical sovereignty, which Harry and Hermione had researched extensively, now took on new urgency as a potential tool for creating stability between the magical communities without Ministry interference. "It must be performed before you return to Hogwarts in September," Ragnok advised. "The summer solstice would be ideal. Magical conditions will favor transformation and declaration." Preparations for this unprecedented magical and political assertion occupied Harry's final weeks at Hogwarts. The rite would require witnesses from both wizard and goblin societies, a demonstration of exceptional magical maturity, and formal declarations that would establish Harry's unique legal status as a sovereign bridge between worlds. As the Hogwarts Express carried students home for the summer, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, discussing the complex events ahead. Both had agreed to participate in the sovereignty rite, Ron representing traditional wizard families, Hermione representing new magical bloodlines. "Mum's worried about the political backlash," Ron admitted. "But Dad says it's the right thing. The ministry's gone too far with these anti-goblin regulations." "The historical precedent is fascinating," Hermione added, predictably focused on the academic aspects. "The rite hasn't been performed since 1706, when Hector Dagworth Granger declared sovereignty to protect his experimental potions work from ministry restrictions." "Related to you?" Harry asked with interest. "Possibly distant family," she acknowledged. "I've been researching the connection." His case established that magical sovereignty doesn't mean rejecting wizard society, just establishing limited autonomy within it. At King's Cross, they parted with promises to reconnect before the solstice ceremony. Harry met Sirius on the platform, his godfather now legally free, though still gaunt and bearing the psychological scars of Azkaban. Together with their goblin security detail, they traveled to Sirius's new home, a handsome townhouse in London with a concealed connection to Deep Market through the basement. The following weeks passed in intensive preparation for the sovereignty rite. Harry divided his time between building his relationship with Sirius, studying the ancient ceremony with goblin scholars, and practicing the exceptional magic he would need to demonstrate. The political situation continued to deteriorate. Fudge's administration, embarrassed by the Black Exoneration and facing criticism for the Gringotts slowdown, doubled down on anti-goblin rhetoric. The Prophet published increasingly hostile articles about goblin economic warfare and the threat of divided loyalties, with thinly veiled references to Harry's unique position. Most concerning were reports from Dumbledore's sources about increased dark activity throughout Britain, disappearances, symbolic markings at sites associated with Death Eater families, and whispers of Voldemort's name in places where it had long been taboo. The prophecies align, Dumbledore told Harry during a strategic meeting at Sirius's home. Voldemort gathers strength from division between magical peoples. Your role as bridge between worlds becomes more crucial with each passing day. The summer solstice arrived with tension at its peak. The ceremony would take place in the ancient stone circle beneath London where Harry had undergone the ritual of two worlds the previous year. Representatives from both societies gathered, the Weasley family, Hermione and her parents, special accommodations made for Muggles with magical children, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and select Hogwarts faculty representing wizard interests, Ragnok and the clan leaders with their finest warriors and crafters for the Goblin Nation. Notably absent was any official ministry presence, though Harry knew ministry observers would be monitoring magically from a distance. What they would witness was deliberately designed to establish his unique status beyond their control while not directly challenging legitimate wizard governance. As twilight approached, Harry entered the stone circle wearing ceremonial robes that combined wizard and goblin elements, emerald green with silver and gold metalwork that connected to the ritual tattoos still visible on his skin. The silver Thane circlet gleamed on his brow, enhanced for this ceremony with additional enchantments that would activate during the rite. Ironheart, again serving as ritual master, addressed the assembled witnesses. "We gather to witness the declaration of magical sovereignty for Harry James Potter, Thane of Two Realms, Bridgechild of Prophecy. Through demonstration of exceptional magical maturity and formal declaration of intent, he will establish his unique status under both goblin and wizard traditions." The demonstration came first, a series of magical feats that would prove Harry's capability for self-governance. Drawing upon both his wizard training and goblin abilities, Harry performed magic beyond typical wizard understanding. He began with conventional spellwork of exceptional power, conjuring and transfiguring with newt-level precision despite being only 13 years old. Then he demonstrated his goblin-influenced abilities, manipulating metals wandlessly, sensing and modifying magical signatures in objects, and finally creating a temporary bridge between physical locations that manifested as a shimmering pathway of silver and gold light connecting opposite sides of the chamber. "The bridge maker proves his nature," Ragnok declared formally. "Both worlds flow through his magic, neither diminished by the other." With the demonstration complete, Harry moved to the central dais for his formal declaration. The ancient words had been carefully crafted to establish his sovereignty without rejecting either of his magical heritages. I, Harry James Potter, born of wizard blood, raised by goblin guardianship, transformed by the ritual of two worlds, do hereby declare my magical sovereignty as bridge thane between divided peoples. I reject no society but claim the right to move freely between them, governed by principles of justice and unity rather than division and fear. As he spoke, the metal tattoos from his first ritual began to glow beneath his robes, responding to the ceremonial language. The silver circlet on his brow likewise activated, expanding slightly to form a more elaborate crown with 7 points representing the 7 metals of goblin tradition. By the ancient right of magical self-determination, I establish my status as sovereign mediator, bound to neither ministry nor horde exclusively, but to the welfare of all magical beings who seek cooperation rather than conflict. This I declare before witnesses of both worlds, by the power in my blood and magic. At these words, Harry completed the ritual by pressing his palm to a silver basin at the center of the dais. A drop of his blood, carrying both wizard heritage and goblin mineral infusion, fell into the basin, triggering a magical reaction that sent a column of silver and gold light shooting upward through the chamber's ceiling and into the night sky above London. The magical surge was powerful enough that wizards throughout Britain would have felt its resonance, a declaration impossible to ignore, announcing Harry's status beyond any legal technicalities the ministry might attempt to apply. It is witnessed, Ragnok and Dumbledore spoke in unison, sealing the ceremony with acknowledgement from both society's highest representatives. The magical and political implications were immediate and far-reaching. Within hours, the ministry dispatched an official delegation to Sirius's home, where Harry had returned after the ceremony. Led by Cornelius Fudge himself, with Dolores Umbridge and Percy Weasley in attendance, they demanded explanations for what they termed unauthorized magical disruption. Harry received them in the formal sitting room, still wearing his ceremonial robes and enhanced circlet. Sirius stood at his right side, Ragnok at his left, presenting a unified front that visibly unsettled the ministry officials. "Mr. Potter," Fudge began, attempting to project authority despite his evident discomfort, "you have performed highly regulated magic without ministry approval." The magical discharge registered across Britain, triggering multiple security protocols. "I performed the rite of magical sovereignty," Harry corrected calmly. "A procedure with clear historical precedent in wizard law, requiring no ministry pre-approval. That rite is archaic." Umbridge objected, her voice rising. "It hasn't been invoked in centuries." 3 centuries and 17 years, Harry specified. "When Hector Dagworth Granger established sovereignty to protect his experimental work from ministry interference. The Wizard-Goblin upheld his right to do so in the ruling of 1707, never overturned by subsequent legislation." Percy Weasley shuffled through parchments frantically, looking for legal counterarguments and finding none. The preparation Harry, Hermione, and the Goblin legal scholars had undertaken proved thorough. Every potential ministry objection had been anticipated and addressed. "The ministry cannot accept a 13-year-old wizard declaring independence from proper oversight," Fudge blustered. "Particularly one with divided loyalties." "My sovereignty doesn't reject ministry authority in legitimate matters," Harry explained patiently. "It simply establishes my unique status as Bridge Thane, someone who operates at the intersection of wizard and goblin societies rather than exclusively within either." The discussion continued for hours, becoming increasingly technical as Percy attempted to find regulatory violations and Harry countered with precise legal and historical references. Eventually, Fudge was forced to acknowledge the preliminary validity of the Sovereignty Declaration, though he insisted the Wizard-Goblin would review the matter fully. As the ministry delegation departed, it was clear a new phase had begun in Harry's unusual journey. The right of sovereignty had established him not merely as a wizard under goblin guardianship, but as something unprecedented in modern magical politics, a sovereign entity recognized by both societies while bound exclusively to neither. "You've changed the game entirely," Sirius observed after the ministry officials left. Fudge doesn't know whether to treat you as a diplomatic problem or a regulatory one. That's precisely the point, Ragnok noted with satisfaction. The ambiguity creates space for new possibilities between our peoples. Those possibilities began manifesting within days. Fudge's administration, recognizing the potential diplomatic embarrassment of challenging Harry's status directly, pivoted to a more conciliatory approach. Umbridge's committee suspended its most aggressive anti-goblin regulations pending comprehensive review, while Gringotts reciprocated by returning to normal banking operations. The Prophet, sensing the shift in political winds, published a surprisingly balanced article titled The Bridge Thane, New Era in Magical Cooperation. The piece presented Harry's unique position as potentially beneficial for Wizard-Goblin relations rather than threatening to Wizard interests. July brought another significant development when Harry received an unexpected visitor at Sirius's home, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by his mother Narcissa but notably without Lucius. "This is a private matter," Narcissa explained once they were seated in the formal parlor. "My husband is unaware of our visit." Draco looked profoundly uncomfortable but determined. "I've come to request formal recognition under the ancient rite of consanguinity," he stated, clearly reciting practiced words. "As the son of the House of Black through my mother, I seek acknowledgement from the sovereign Bridge Thane and the restored Lord Black." Harry and Sirius exchanged surprised glances, immediately recognizing the significance of this request. By seeking formal family recognition through Sirius, Lord Black since his exoneration, and acknowledging Harry's sovereign status, Draco was essentially creating a connection that transcended the political alignment of his father. "This is about protection," Sirius realized aloud, looking at his cousin Narcissa. "You're securing Draco's position independent of Lucius's choices." Narcissa's aristocratic features revealed nothing, but her eyes held a mother's determination. The wizarding world changes. Old certainties crumble. A prudent heir establishes multiple paths forward. The subtext was clear, with rumors of Voldemort's potential return and Lucius's known former Death Eater status. Narcissa was creating options for Draco that might shield him from his father's political alliances. By reconnecting to the Black family through Sirius and establishing formal recognition from Harry as Bridge Thane, Draco gained potential sanctuary should Malfoy Sr.'s choices endanger him. "The consanguinity rite hasn't been invoked in generations," Sirius noted, studying his young cousin. "You understand what it means? You'd owe formal allegiance to the House of Black, superseding Malfoy claims in certain matters." "I understand," Draco confirmed, his usual arrogance absent, replaced by something more complex, fear, perhaps, mixed with pragmatic calculation. After private consultation with Ragnok through the communication mirror, Harry and Sirius agreed to grant the recognition, performing the brief magical ceremony that acknowledged Draco's Black bloodline and established formal connection to both Sirius as Lord Black and Harry as Bridge Thane. "This doesn't erase 3 years of being a complete prat at school," Harry told Draco afterward, when the formal proceedings had concluded. "I know," Draco acknowledged, somewhat stiffly. "But things are changing. My father," he stopped abruptly, glancing at his mother, who gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head. "Your father makes his choices," Sirius finished. "Now you've secured the right to make your own when the time comes." After the Malfoys departed, Sirius explained the deeper implications to Harry. "That was Narcissa protecting her son the only way she can. If Lucius returns to Voldemort's service when he rises again, which I'd bet my restored fortune he will, Draco now has a recognized connection to the House of Black that could offer sanctuary. And to me as Bridge Thane," Harry added. "Which gives him potential protection from both wizard and goblin sides." "Slytherin to the core, those Malfoys," Sirius observed. "Always positioning for advantage. But I can't fault Narcissa for protecting her child, however calculating the method." The remainder of summer settled into a more peaceful routine as Harry balanced time between Sirius's home and Deep Market. His magical education continued with specialized tutors from both societies, developing his unique abilities while preparing him for his eventual role bridging the magical worlds. Sirius's recovery progressed steadily with goblin healing methods supplementing St. Mungo's treatments. Though still carrying the psychological scars of Azkaban, he regained much of his physical health and glimpses of the charismatic, vibrant man he had once been occasionally shown through the trauma. By August, plans for Harry's return to Hogwarts occupied much of their attention. His sovereignty status created unique considerations for his continued education. Technically, he could now claim exemption from certain school regulations, though Dumbledore had requested he use such privileges sparingly to maintain order. "You remain a student," the headmaster reminded him during "Take us to the next chapter now." The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.